And I was sharing with the person one of my burdens, my desire to go from where I am and move to another stage in my life. And I was telling him that, see, I'm a lawyer. People that are in law school now, if I'm not careful, they will come out, and then by the time I know it, I'm just a lawyer. There's nothing special to it. Why? Because I would have failed the test of time. I would have failed the test of growth. I would have failed the test of personal development. And before you know it, I am irrelevant. So if you don't want to be irrelevant, yes, you're doing well today. Applaud yourself. Give yourself the credit. Wear your heart boldly. Be happy with yourself. But don't stay where you are right now. Push forward. Desire to do more. Don't let limitations hold you bound, because limitations will always be there. It's either you break it or you allow it to break you. And then very importantly, I hope I still have enough time because I want to do something. Okay, I still have about 10 minutes, I guess. Very importantly, some of you may ask, so how do I find myself? How do you find yourself? You've started on a journey today, and trust me, this journey is a lifetime. Personal leadership is a lifetime journey. Self-development, personal development is a lifetime journey. And trust me, whether you think you have the ability to lead or not, you will be faced with situations that would apparently, you just have to take on the position of a leader. So whether you will fail when you get to that point or not depends on what you do today. So that is why we cannot afford to be laid back. That is why we cannot afford to, just think like ordinary people would. That is why we must surround ourselves with things that challenge our mindset, that challenge the way we think, that challenge the way we do things, that challenge the way we carry ourselves, that challenge our perception of things and issues. Things that happen in Nigeria, everybody's complaining. What are you going to do about it? At least we stopped here for at least 4 years. The question is, what are you going to do about it? How can you reduce the burden in your own space? How can you impact the people around you? What can you do? What can you say to them that at least make them feel better? How can you help the younger ones who are yet to figure out how to navigate life? How can you help them figure it out? What can you do? That should be your question. Yes, we all know what Nigeria is right now. But the question is, what can I do? What can I do to make it better? It is also very important that you don't allow people around you box you up. Because trust me, as much as you have people that will tell you, I believe in your potential, you also have people that will tell you, are you the only one? What is your problem? What are you doing? You will always have those people. So the question will be, who are you going to listen to? Are you going to make them feel like you're doing so much? Or you're going to look up to those who are telling you, see, there is more, come up higher? Are you going to allow them feel like you're too young? Or you're going to listen to the people that tell you, see, you're even too old to start something, keep moving? The good thing is, there is no time too late to start. You can start today. Some of you have written down things in your journals, in your books, and they are just there. You didn't even go back to them again because you're waiting for the right time. These are the days when you don't wait for the right time. These are days when you take the time yourself. And then you tell yourself, this is the time to start. And start anyway. What matters if you fail? At least you would have tried. And you would have learned something in the process. Is that not the whole essence of moving through life? Learning at your own fall, laughing when you fall, laughing at yourself and making jokes at yourself, while yet praising yourself and applauding yourself for taking the bold steps. So please, look inward. Look inward. That's where some of you have to start from. I know that I recognize that some people in this room may have passed through that stage. By virtue of the things you've accomplished, by virtue of the things you've done. You've done brilliantly well. But also look inward. Ask yourself, what can I do better? What can I start doing today that brings me great joy and satisfaction? You know, on Monday, I had an interview that didn't go well. And I was so sad. I was so sad. I was down. Everyone around me was concerned because they knew how much effort and time I had put into preparation. And so one of my friends called me half day before yesterday and was asking me, because he also knew I had been away from work, I took leave. And then he was asking me, are you fine? Hope you are not depressed. You know, when you say hope you are not depressed, I started laughing because I'm wondering depression where, how? I have been out of my house since Tuesday, doing all the things I need to do. At least I've agreed to this even before I had the interview. Imagine if the host had messaged me on Tuesday and said, will you be able to do this? I'll tell her no, I cannot because I'm not in the right mental state. But no, circumstances are not what determines who we are. We don't allow issues and temporary situations shape who we are. God, importantly, is the one who defines us. And so sometimes when we are confused, we Christians, we're taking solace in searching through His Word and, reminding ourselves of the things He has spoken about us even before we were born. And that gives us great courage. That fills our heart with peace, knowing that we are never alone. So look inward, look into your strength, look into your abilities. You can start by writing out a list of things you can do and maybe things you want to learn. Because trust me, the fact that you're not good at something does not mean you cannot learn about it. I don't speak French, but if I need to speak French to get me a $1 million paying job, you think I won't learn? I will. So let's be motivated to learn new things. Allow the vision of where you're going propel you forward. And that is why it is important that you build around yourself structures and systems that helps your mind. Structures and systems that remind you of who you are. Because trust me, a girl leader with low self-esteem, she may be doing a good job controlling the people, speaking to them. But trust me, one day she's going to come up and say, I am tired. A girl leader without an identity. She may be smiling up and down, running every day, moving out to scatter, moving from Lagos, Abuja to Port Harcourt, everywhere, attending programs, attending meetings. But one day she's going to cry and say she's confused because she never in the process found herself. She was too concerned about activities that she didn't pay attention to the most important thing. That is you. So when you find you, when you discover yourself, when you find your identity, when you surround yourself with things that remind you of who you are, you realize that it is so easy to lead other people. It then becomes so easy to take on positions. Even when you're not the head in the room, your words, your attitude speak about somebody who is passionate, who knows who he is, who she is. Your mindset, your attitude, the way you do things, the way you carry the team around, everyone will be looking up to you and say, this person is a better leader. Because trust me, it doesn't take so much to recognize a leader in the room. And I'm sure these are things we'll still discuss in the course of this meeting. So please, 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 when you leave here today, even if you already know who you are, write it out boldly. If you don't know, search. And trust me, a place of searching is a place of discovery. You don't search where it's noisy. You search in a quiet place. If you want to find out who you are, if you want to find out more about your existence, about the things you're called to do, about the space you're supposed to dominate and occupy. Not all of us will be presidents, take that. Not all of us will be first lady. Maybe just 1% or 1% will be lucky. Not all of us will be chairman local government. Not all of us will be chairman board of directors. But whatever space you are in, whatever space God is giving you to occupy, please dominate and dominate boldly. Dominate and dominate with confidence. Even when you're not sure, take it that the worst that can happen to you is that you will fail. Maximize your strength. Let it overshadow your weaknesses. We all have weaknesses. But maximize your strength. Let it overshadow it. Let it be that when people see your weaknesses, they are surprised. Don't wear your weaknesses like a tag. And then they say, come and do this. You say, don't you know I'm not good in communication? They say, come and learn this. You say, me, I'm a slow learner. They say, come and take this opportunity. I'm not good in writing. Those are your weaknesses. Don't allow it to dominate you. Allow your strength instead to dominate you. They say, come and do this. You can say, oh, I'm not good enough in this yet, but I can learn. I'm not perfect, but I'm willing to go through the training to put me in a better shape. They say, oh, can you help us lead the class? Can you present a group, a presentation on behalf of the group? Don't say, I haven't read the material, I cannot do it. Take up that challenge. Tell them, give me 10 minutes. I will go study and I'll be back. Challenge yourself. These are the ways you exert your strength. And the more you do it, the better you get. They say the reward for more work is more work. The reward for success is also more success. And the reward for failing is also failure. It's an outlier. I'm grateful for the opportunity to stand here today. But I also want to brag a little and say, maybe if I didn't do some things when I was in university, I wouldn't be here today. Maybe if I didn't sacrifice a time, money, opportunity, take an opportunity, maybe I wouldn't even have the privilege to be here today. And that's not the truth. It's an outlier. You're only qualified to enter University of Ibadan because you passed your JAMB and your post-UTME. The moment you passed your JAMB and your post-UTME, you were excited. Oh God, thank God I made it. But in a moment after, you're wondering, God, please, let my name come out on the list. But because you had success in that you're even qualified to enter university. And then eventually you entered university, your parents packed your bags, you were so excited, 100 level came, you wrote exams, and your heart is beating. It's not for class, oh my daddy say. See, the challenges are unending. And then even after graduating, the thought comes again. I need to get a job. And then you start searching. And you're hearing them saying 35,000 naira a month. Wait, how? And your heart is beating. But the truth is, if you were not qualified to enter university, you would never have been qualified to sit for any exam. If you didn't sit for the exams, you would never have been qualified to graduate. If you never graduated, you would never have been qualified to apply for jobs. If you never applied for jobs, you would never have been qualified to even take a promotion. And then you see that these things have layers. Your success today prepares you for another success. The opportunity you maximize today prepares you for another opportunity in the future. So that is why you really cannot trivialize an opportunity. You're all in this room and you're wondering, what will I get? You don't even know the person sitting next to you. You don't know whether it's a program you would go tomorrow that the person would invite you for. As a matter of fact, I met Dr. Bolu while volunteering. Funny. And today we have such a good relationship that she could put together this and say, Timilade, please come here and speak today. Imagine I never took that volunteering opportunity. What would have happened today? Just imagine. Just imagine I took the volunteering opportunity and I didn't take time out to develop a good relationship with Dr. Bolu. Would I be here today? No. So don't trivialize little things, because these are the things that sums up to great things. So as I leave here today, I'm going to say this quote again, because it is very, very important, and it struck me when I saw it. It says the one thing that you have that nobody else has is your voice, your mind, your story, your vision. And that's just a part of the quote. The latter part says, so write and draw and build and play and dance and live as you can. Because truly you only live once. So by the time you're 20 or by the time you're 30, what would your success story sound like? What would your leadership adventure be like? Can you draw a story? Can you draw a painting that the younger ones will be excited to look at? Or your life will be such that nobody even wants to hear your name? It all depends on you. And trust me, it all starts from finding out your identity, finding out who you are. Because when we talk about leadership, it all starts from you. And it is my desire that as you leave here today, you find that you find your person, you find your unique identity. You will live it, you will run with it. I am also on a journey of living out who God has called me to be. I'm not there yet, so trust me. My version, the version you've seen today, won't be the version you see next year. Because I wouldn't want to go to bed because I was opportunity to speak to 100 young ladies. No. In fact, that's nothing compared to what God will still do. So please, let's not go to bed because we've attended just one single leadership summit. There's still more work to do. But finding out who you are is where you start from. So what do I say? I hope with this viewpoint of mine, I'm been able to convince you and not confuse you that your identity is your main. I didn't plan to say that, sorry. All right, so thank you very much. I hope I've been able to inspire you. Amazing, amazing. Can we give her a round of applause? If you want to stand, please stand. That was huge. That was huge. Another one again. Awesome. Awesome. Let's have our seat. Oh my God, that was mind blowing. I will not lie. That was very, very mind blowing. While I was at the back and while I was sitting down, I was just writing. Because those points were eating me, and I was like, no, I cannot leave this place without. I can't. I'm sure I can see many of you writing. That's very, very good. That's good. Because, we all listen to a lot of things. But when you take the privilege, like when you take the advantage, just pen it down. It's yours already. Your brain captures it. So as we proceed, please, even if you don't have a paper or a pen, please try to get one. Try to get one. A lot is going to be said from this place. And I don't want you to go without those words. I don't want you to go without it. So that was an awesome one. Can we give a round of applause again? All right. So we'll be moving to the next session, very brief. I know most of us have questions, and I know most of us want to ask some things from our first keynote speaker. And I obviously don't want your expectations to not be met. So what you just do for me is pen it down in a sheet of paper, and you can pass it to our directors around. Just try to pen it down to a sheet of paper. When you have your expectations met, it means your coming here was not in vain, right? It means it was not in vain. So we're moving on to our next session. And that session is going to be very interactive. Okay, are we ready? But before that, I want to know if we are ready. SLS 2023! Oh my God, they're not ready. Wow. What's going on? What's the issue? SLS 2023! You're talking to yourself, right? SLS 2023! Beautiful. So what we're going to do now is very, very simple, okay? It's going to be a short debate. But I don't want to see it as debate, the way debate is. It's just something for you to speak about, okay?
So I know we have two sides in this room, side A and side B. So I just want a quick volunteer, just one person from each side. One person from there, one person from here. Very quick. Leaders are not shy. Leaders are bold. Beautiful. A round of applause for her, please. Good one. Good one. Please come outside. Side, hey, we are waiting for you. Just one person. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. Or do you want me to pick? Do you want me to pick? Someone, oh, please, come on. Come out, come out, come out. Good one. Please clap for her. That's very bold. Please come forward. All right. Let's wait for a second. All right. A round of applause for them again. Okay, so what we'll be doing today, please come. Please come. I want your face to show. All right, so what we'll be doing is very simple. It's just a short topic, and they'll just speak about it. We want to see their perspective on that topic. And the topic is simple. I want everybody to listen. It is the influence of social media on your perspective on leadership. Each of you is going to speak about it, each one of you. You will tell us how social media has influenced you on your perspective of leadership, both the positive and the negative side. You know, there are two sides in life. So you're going to just tell us something brief, 2 minutes. I'm sure that was quick, but I know you can. You're a leader. You're a leader. You can do that. So who'll be going first? Me. All right, you can go. All right, don't be shy. You can do this. You're a leader. I'm going to ask you. So, talk about social media. I think I'll talk about. I started. Okay, I set up a team of people. We needed to work together and to execute some plans. And I realized that my team were not working. And I realized that okay, the course was actually from me. So I actually am not in any leadership, but I told myself I was going to consume a lot of things about leadership. So I started going on LinkedIn. I was reading a lot of things. So um, social media played as me of acquiring more knowledge. I'm not just acquiring in the beginning of this whole event that I write, I draw, I'm a content creator. These are your uniqueness. You see, these are your uniqueness. And the more you center on it and grow it, it's just like your little flower in your garden. If you pay attention to it, it will grow. If you try to remove the weed around it, it will grow. But when you are looking at another person's garden over the fence and you are ignoring yours, who will tend to yours? Nobody. Nobody. So identifying it is very key. And she also mentions, she said, avoid self-doubt. Don't doubt yourself. Don't doubt yourself. If everyone is doubting you, you be your own motivator. You be your own motivator. Obviously, the country we are in, obviously, it inspires us in a way. I won't say negative things, but motivate yourself so that wherever you are just motivated. People just see you and like, how is this lady doing it? How is she just moving and moving? You just keep saying, I am motivating myself. Just say it inside. I'm motivating myself because I have to be a leader in my sphere. In my sphere. In my sphere. And this is very, very awesome. This is very awesome. So we'll be inviting our second keynote speaker. She has a lot of wonderful things. She has done a lot of wonderful things, actually. And one of our team members will come to give a short citation about her. So I want us to pay attention. And as she's speaking, please jot down some things. It's very, very important. You're not going to have this, the time will not play back again. But it's only what you've penned down that you hold on to yourself. So please jot down as much as you can. All right. So let's welcome our second team member to come forward.
We're doing ourselves. We're having a great time. Are we having a great time? SLS 2023. SLS 2023. SLS 2023. Okay, now, so before we invite our team, we're going to take questions. Please, if you have your questions, please can you prepare them down? Can I have a question?
Yeah, she's going to collect your questions now. All right.
Okay, so as we continue, this person has a question. Thank you, DW Initiative. I'm really glad to be here. My question goes thus: how do I go about achieving my vision without the approval of my parents? How do I go about achieving my vision without the approval of my parents? Okay. So can we have
How do I go about achieving my vision without the approval of my parents? Number one, there's so many things that sums your achievement of your vision. I believe what you mean, I want to infer from the sound of question, because one of the places we have issues with our parents is at the point of taking steps when we want to set out. If you have a vision that you believe God has given you, and God's calling you to do certain things, and yet it seems that the most important people in your life are not, they're not in approval, they did not approve it. I would advise that you can start out by writing out those things you need to do as regards your vision. Then you can prayerfully, and I mean, if you're not used to the word prayer, I'm a Christian, so I strongly believe in the power of prayer. If you know and you're sure that this is something you've been called to do, you can prayerfully, ask God to help you convince them. Then another thing you can do for that moment. I mean, if it's not a do or die affair at that time, it's something you can temporarily suspend. Your parents might need to have certain understanding to be in agreement with that vision. And so you can deliberately, without being confrontational, because that's one thing our parents don't like or authorities don't like. When you confront them, you want to change something in a place, but you're being confrontational about it. There's subtle way of getting into people such that you get them to achieve something, you get them to approve or to agree with you on certain things. And because of these things, negotiating skills. I'm not sure if we're going to dive into that, but I will start by diving into that because that's also like, if you want to talk about negotiating skills, that's another lecture on its own. So these are ways you can talk to people, communicate your ideas to people, to draw them into what you want to do, convince people to support you. These are things you learn under negotiating skills. And these are actually ways in which you can speak to people around you to get their approvals without certain things. I mean, am I clear a bit? If you need further details about negotiating, maybe we'll tell them to organize another session so that we can talk about communicating your ideas and your visions to get people to support and believe you.
Thank you so much. A round of applause for us. Now I'm going to be like an audience format. If you have any questions, I hear of you. If you have any questions, don't be shy. We are leaders. We are leaders. We are leaders. Okay. So I have a question. Like in the world around us now, we find out that female leaders don't really emerge as male leaders emerge, and there are barriers to it, and we don't know how to like come to solve that because when you see females, they believe that females cannot do it, especially when females are around and they don't believe that females can't major leader to coordinate a particular spread. So how can we change that mindset? How can we make more female leaders emerge?
So it's a mindset, and that's where it all starts from. I mean, we all gathered in this group, we're learning about leadership. We're believing that we can actually do certain things irrespective of what the society has set and what people have done. And it is in spreading these same narratives to other women that they too, the veil on their faces will be removed, and then they can see that I can actually do more than what I'm doing currently. And then they can step into these things. And it is also important for us as women leaders. See, that barriers will always be there. I'm going to share this quick personal experience. I'm a lawyer. Okay, you guys know already. And one of the things I have to say in my field, there's still this discrimination against ladies. So I have this man coming to my office, a big man. He came into my office, and then my boss had to like direct him to me for me to handle his case personally, to communicate with him. And I could see discrimination written all over his face. Trust me, I was pissed. Like that day, I was almost like I wasn't going to talk, but I was almost not going to give my best to his case because I was asking him questions, and his reaction is more like, lawyer, do you get that kind of a thing? But I was managing myself. And then I went through, I listened to him talk. I didn't interrupt, I gave him that respect, I did all of that. And then when he was done, I now started asking questions as a lawyer, not as a woman. I literally that day I consciously stepped from gender, whatever, and I moved into my profession fully. Like I asked him questions as a lawyer, not as a woman. And then by the time it was done, it was like, that's me, we talk about you. And then today, if that man comes to my office, like he stops by my office before he even goes into my principal's office. And that's it. I was able to achieve that not because I'm a woman, but because of my own confidence and mindset. The way you see yourself matters. And once we settle the way we see yourself, trust me, other people will start seeing you
the same way you see yourself. They say it is what you call yourself, people will call you. If you call me Shade, I won't answer you. My name is not Shade. If you call me Demi, you know my name is Temilade. Some people call me Temilade. I won't answer you. My name is not Temilade. I've told you my name is Temilade. Call me what I tell you my name is. It's the same thing when it comes to leadership and identity. It is what you call yourself that people will call you, and they will always treat and react to you that way.
That was beautiful. That was beautiful. Very short and beautiful. She said something. It is what you call yourself that people will call you. It's only when you define yourself. You are the only one that can have that ability to define yourself well. So don't wait for someone else to come and tag a definition on you and you just accept it. No, you know your stuff. You know what you have in you. So use that. You saw what she said. You heard what she said. She waited for the man to say all what he had to say. Then she revealed that definition she had given herself, and the man just had to be marveled. Nothing else. That was awesome. That was awesome. Awesome. Thank you so much, ma. Thank you, ma. So now I'll be calling on our next speaker to speak, but before she comes in, we'd like to just introduce her briefly and our host to take that. A round of applause.
Good afternoon, everybody. That's the whole thing. Okay, I hope we're enjoying the session. I hope we're learning a whole lot of things. And I'm just going to pick it up from the question that stopped, because there's something really interesting that happened in my house some days ago. Okay, so she was talking about something like gender, something like that. So I was typing on my system, preparing for the program, and I heard all these other ladies just in the kitchen. So someone stepped into the kitchen and started singing to, I think it was my favorite that was cooking. I started thinking, "Mommy in the kitchen." Oh, yes. Then she now said, "Daddy in the parlor." Children in the garden playing ball. That one went to one vex to actually. He said, "It's the children I'm looking for that are playing ball." Then they started talking about the daddy. I was just laughing. Really, I was listening to them. And apart from even family, because I was listening to my pastor speak some weeks ago and saying a woman is only subjected in subjection to her husband, not only. Because there's that bias in the mind of maybe all men that you're a woman, please subjected to me. And they will tell you that how do you treat your husband at home? Are you my husband? Like, are you my husband? So there are a lot of conflict mindsets, but I'm going to take it up from this place. SLS 2023. Seriously, growth, excellence, and leadership. Once you grow, assuming Miss Lade didn't know anything, she was not a lawyer that knew anything that could show that man that she knew her onions. That man will not, he will still be asking for real lawyer. And because she puts in excellence and she's a leader herself, that's changed the whole narrative. And so I just want you to have that mindset, because it's a growth mindset that also pushes us to do the right thing, to be a leader in our own space. Thank you so much, Mr. Hilary, for this session. We are very grateful. Okay, it's an honor to invite our second keynote speaker, and I just let me do it for myself because wow, I remember attending a meeting this time last month, and that was when I went to invite her, and I'm like, wow, ha, our speaker is so aligned because she was not speaking. Oh my god, was touching me. So it's an honor to invite this space. At the reputation, being giving up to us today. You are going to know how to lead in your power as a woman. You don't need to be a bomb boy. You don't need to change yourself. And this is I think it's justice to that. Good morning. Too many days then. Nigerians. Hi. First of all, it's so good to be back with you, like after like after like how many years? So I thought to say I can see some people I knew back then and some other new faces. Yeah, so thank you to the organizers for the opportunity to come and speak. I do not take it for granted. And I hope that my desire is that we get answers actually. I know that as women, we have lots of questions on our hearts. We have we have many things that are quite vague, that are not clear. We have lots of things we wonder about. We wonder if we will eventually be bigger than what we are now. We wonder if we will really achieve that things, those dreams, those ambitions in our hearts. We look at the disadvantages sometimes and it seems like those disadvantages are way higher than the opportunities around. But I hope that after today's conference that everybody who has spoken will get answers. In Jesus' name. Okay, I was thinking to go that. I'm going to try as much as possible not to open the Bible. I trust that God will still speak to us. Okay, so can we pray? Heavenly Father, we thank you for such a gathering as this. We thank you for how far you brought us. We thank you for the questions you've answered, even from the previous speaker. We thank you for the ones you still answer. We bless your name in Jesus' name. Lord, we ask that you will meet us in our point of need in Jesus' name. Thank you, Father. In Jesus' name I pray. So I'm going to quickly start from the last question. Ms. Barrister Timila did answered it well, but I'm just going to say one or two things that popped up in my mind when I was listening to the question. One of the mindsets, like I said, I'm going to try as much as I'm here to actually attack the mindset. So I'm going to be looking at certain things, but one of the things I want to correct, as I'm sure some of us know, or some of us do not, is that you are not at a disadvantage as a woman. You are not. Listen to your neighbor. You are not at a disadvantage. It's not like you start crying to God about why. Why a woman instead of a man? But why? But Lord, you know that this century is going to be like this. So why did you have to make me to? You are not at a disadvantage. I'm sure many of us are familiar with the creation story in the Bible, right? Now, like Bolu mentioned, a woman is only instructed to submit or to be subjected under her husband because that's like the hierarchical structure that God makes. It is the church, it is Christ, then the church, then the man, then the woman. But that doesn't mean that she's inferior to the man. Please, the fact that you are submissive or you are asked to be under somebody, under an authority, does not mean you are inferior to that person. That doesn't mean you are inferior before that. Like, so when God is looking at you now, he's looking at the man like this, and he has to look up to the man and then look down at you. No, that's not what God does. So we are all children of God. What did I say? We are all children of God. We are all on the same pedestal before God. God loves us all equally, and He gives us equal opportunities. The same way He invests in a man is the same way He invests in a woman. So you are not at a disadvantage because you are different or because you are a woman. No, you are not at a disadvantage. So please let's get that straight somewhere. Let it cement on our minds, on our hearts that no, I am not at a disadvantage. If God wants you to reach the very peak of career, I mean, what you consider peak, if that is God's will and God's desire or purpose for you, and you work in alignment with His plans and do what you ought to do, you will reach the peak that you desire to be. And you will have many men under you at that position, right?
Okay, so let's settle that. And before I go on, I'd like us to do a task just to juggle our minds. And then, so I like to be very interactive when I speak. I need us to take a piece of paper, a very small piece. We're going to do two things actually. So if you have done that, in that piece of paper, I want you to write to me. Listen, to me, comma, leadership is blah, 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 blah. It means I'm saying define leadership. What leadership means to you. Leadership means a lot of things to different persons. So to me, leadership is blah, and I want you to be very sincere. If you are not sincere, you may not be able to reach your mind and know where the myth is, the misconceptions are, blah, blah, blah. So just write to me, for my leadership is blah, 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 blah. I need somebody to help me pass the mic. Come on. Is everybody, have we all done that? Okay. So, what's your name? Please, I want to give it to 7 persons. I would have done that, but I know some persons, so I may just naturally call their names. So just give it to any 7 persons. So once the mic is given to you, I want you to read what you have written, the way you have written it.
My name is Beth. So to me, leadership means
Seeing what people cannot see. Wow, amazing. Wow, that's really that's very insightful. Another person.
This anyway. Now what is there? And it's very to me, leadership is being prepared at all times. That is being control the situation.
Leadership is to be in control. Okay.
My name is Blessing. To me, leadership is a call to service. It means to make things better. It means to have access to different uniqueness and align their opinions.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ibadan. So, to me, leadership is being the best version of myself and influencing others around me to do likewise.
That's how many. Oh. Come on to that area.
Good afternoon. My name is Oro. To me, leadership is serving other people and bringing their ideas together.
7.
Serving
7. I'm bringing what?
their ideas
Together. Okay. Can't hear you.
grow and confidence to like personal growth. Adapt to change.
Can we hear her?
Okay, so I think leadership is the ability to grow and develop the mindset and personality in order to achieve your dreams and vision. And in that process, also able to help other people to grow and develop to become successful.
Leadership is like and they say that
Directing people to the right path.
is like the model.
Give it to her.
Good afternoon, everybody. Hi, my name is Kelly. So to me, leadership means service and sacrifice.
That's 7. Okay, give it to any random. Come and give one person at this table.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Faith. So to me, leadership is not being the best in the world. Leadership means growing, listening, and steering the ship. And every other person. So leadership is that moving person to mission and getting
Okay. So I've been able to prove one thing, that leadership means different things to different persons. There was almost, okay, except for people that mentioned service, but there was almost no two persons that had the same answer. Yes. So first of all, leadership means different things to different persons. But there's a general idea that we have been taught, but sometimes proves hard for people to do, is that leadership means service. So we have been told that, we know that. We have been told in church, we have been told in the mosque, we have been told in our house, we have been told in the Bible that leadership means service. But sometimes it can be difficult for people to do that. Okay. So we're going to do another task. Again, in that sheet of paper, I write, why do I want to lead? Why do you want to lead? That's the question. We're all here because apparently we want to be leaders. It's a leadership conference. But why do you want to lead? What's your motive? What's that secret desire for wanting to lead? It's sincere. Why do you want to lead?
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Ebon Black. I want to leave because I want people to come to success. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Ololade. I want to lead because I want to see the change and be an agent of transformation.
one, I want to try to learn very. So one, I want to lead because one, I want to learn, and then I also want to optimize to experience. So making them getting faster. I want to lead because I want to learn.
Okay, the reason why I want to leave is to create positive ripple effects and to build sustainable solutions to local problems.
That sounds like what we see in the big books.
I am saying that I want to leave because I want to widen my horizon.
Okay, okay.
If you want to, I want to lead. So I'm defining it right now. Most leaders in the world we see right now, they need to dominate the situation about violence.
So much access.
My name is This is why I want people, everybody, to work on this in their life. Every story you see other happen like get out. Because I don't want to be someone I have I'm not I don't want my business.
Just to learn more. No, people say that's your reason. So, on it is also challenges. Okay, I understand what you mean. So, thank you for participating in my task. That should have answered a bit of your question. Okay, so first of all, um, what is leadership? What does it mean to lead? To lead, simply put, all of our definitions or all of the things we have written down, they are valid. But to lead simply means to serve or to influence others, to serve or to influence others so that they can accomplish their God-given purpose, the reason why they are existing, to serve or influence others so that they can accomplish their God-given purpose for their lives or through their lives. So there's a purpose for their lives and there's a purpose that they are supposed to accomplish maybe with others through their lives. So that's what it means to lead. You are serving and influencing. I like to actually define leadership as influencing. But some persons are of the opinion that they are quite different. Because some people lead and they don't influence. Do we believe that? They lead but they don't influence. They just want to do it by the books. They are goal oriented, result oriented. They want to get the result. They want to get what they determine. They drive. They are like taskmasters. Not all of them do, but they drive everybody to make sure the goal is reached. But they are not necessarily concerned about influencing you. They are not really concerned about your own purpose or your own goal. They are concerned about theirs. That's one that they are looking out for. So they move everybody towards that direction. But if we're going to be women who will change their world, and when I mean their world, your world, I mean the immediate world around you, your sphere of influence. If we're going to be women who would change people or cause a positive change around them, then you need to understand that leading is way beyond yourself. You can't lead because of self, because of a selfish reason. It's going to crash. You are going to crash somewhere along the way. It has to be something bigger. It has to be something wider. It has to be something that is way more beyond yourself. It has to be a cause that will affect other people around you positively. That's one mistake that people make when they set out to lead. They do it for themselves. They do it for the fame, for the popularity. We are going to be dealing with certain misconceptions about leadership. That's mostly what I'm going to be talking from. So people do it because of different reasons other than people. They do it for self. They do it for so that they can be famous, so that they can be popular, so that they can be acknowledged for different reasons, which has its roots in self, in themselves, right? But leadership has to be done outside yourself for a reason that is way beyond yourself. If you are going to influence people positively, there has to be a force that drives you. You can't be the one driving yourself because humans are naturally selfish. We are naturally selfish. So there has to be a force that drives you to reach out for people. There has to be a force that drives you to want to love and care for people, to want to make that positive change in people. It can't be you yourself driving yourself. So we need to understand and get that straight. So leadership is about service and it's about influencing. And another element is that there must be people. There must be at least somebody that you are leading or influencing. Right? Do we get that right? Okay. So let's look at misconceptions about leadership. Misconceptions about leadership. The first misconception that people have is that everyone is a leader. Have you heard that statement before? That there's a leader in everybody. There's a leader in everybody. Okay. Who agrees with that statement? No, be bold now. If you agree, be bold, raise your hands. You agree that there's a leader in everybody. Okay. Please explain.
If you're talking about God, our creator, and how life like what told us that we actually don't do. So that's stand for it. So the stuff that God has said that you have to do, that's very silent and clear. So I believe that all of that just take us.
Okay, so she says that we all have that leadership ability in us, leadership skill, right, or ability in us, but we have to bring it out. Can you say everybody can cook here, right? Everybody can cook. Can you say because everybody can cook here, everybody's a chef here? Everybody knows what to take when they have headache. When your head is aching. Everybody knows, even though they say we should not abuse drugs, but we know that we can just easily take paracetamol, right? Does that make you a doctor? Or does that make everybody a doctor? So why everybody, depending on how much they have grown or how much they have invested in themselves and how much God has invested in them, they might have certain abilities of leader. It doesn't mean everybody is or should be a leader. You know, there's no leader without followers. So if all of us are leaders, who will follow? There will be chaos. There will be what? There will be chaos. So yes, we all have abilities in us. And let me mention this quickly before it skips my mind. Those abilities are also needed even in the place of followership. It's not just leaders who should possess skills like what skills? Mention someone she mentioned was skill, a leadership skill. What? Hmm? Critical thinking, another person. What did you say, Janet? Communication. Please, is it just what? Goal oriented. So it's just leaders who should have those abilities. Hello, are we following? Is it just leaders who really should possess those abilities? Those are abilities that every human being should possess if they want to be actually successful. Many of the skills or the abilities that have been classified for leaders are actually things that everybody should work on attaining or having so that you can be successful wherever you find yourself. So you see many people depressed and confused because they feel like they have these abilities, but they are not leading. So they are confused. They are redundant. They just sit there. They don't know how to put, they feel like they must be up here or they must be leading certain people to put those abilities into use. Which shouldn't be. So now, as you are maybe paying for conferences or doing this and doing that, just so that you can add value to yourself, you can grow, you are learning different skills, you are doing this, you are doing that. If you don't eventually get an opportunity to lead, if you have said leadership is service, and maybe you've not gotten any opportunity to serve other people, what happens to those skills? Are you just going to let them lie inside of you? You are not going to put them to use. So that's a misconception. That's one thing that stops people from women or generally even men from bringing out the things that they have in them, from bringing out the good that they have in them, from bringing out the ability to influence that they have in them. We are all waiting for an opportunity where somebody says, okay, Janet, you are now going to head this group of persons to achieve this in so time. So everybody is waiting for that particular opportunity. And if such opportunity doesn't come, I've met people, I've had the opportunity by God's grace to discuss with ladies and brothers alike. And I've heard how people are confused. How people are confused, how they don't even know what to do. When you ask them questions, when you probe deeper, you discover that they have very good skills, they have very good abilities, but they are looking for positions. They feel like they must be in a particular position before they can use those things. So they are confused. And you ask, what are you doing around you? At least you have a brother. Start with it. Start with that person. Start by influencing that person. You have friends. Start by influencing that person. That is leadership. That is, if we all agree that leadership is influencing, right? Are we on the same page? That is it. You do not have to wait till you are given an opportunity, because trust me, you may never be given such opportunity. But does it mean that the investment of God upon you is wasted? Does that, for those of us that pray very well, and those of us that read books, those of us that go for conferences, does that mean it is wasted because you do not have an opportunity to come out and serve other people? No. So start from where you are. Use those things. Don't wait for the seemingly big opportunity. Or wait till you have somebody that comes to you formally and say, I want to be following you. I want you to be my leader and I be your follower. I'm tempted to say, praise God, praise God. So don't wait for people to say, somebody come and say, I want to be your follower, you be my leader, then just leave me wherever you go, I go. No, because nobody may come to meet you for that. Why some persons may come, you will get to that point definitely. How many of us know Mommy Bukwa Awoshika? You all know her. I'm a very great fan of her. I follow her a lot. Okay, so some of us know her story. I think she has shared it. If you have been in any conference where she spoke, you'd have heard how she started and all. She started like just any person. She started by making use of what she had at that time. I'm sure when she had aspirations and she had dreams and she really desired then at that time to go far, but she started where she was and look at where she is now. Just imagine if she had sat in a place and was waiting for the opportunity to lead a bank, and then from a bank in Nigeria to international space. Would it have come to her then? You see, the truth is, not this. Put it in your right hand and don't ever lose it. I wanted to say a proverb, or Yoruba proverb like that, but I didn't get it. So the truth is, with growth comes responsibility. With growth comes responsibility. If you have not grown into it, you cannot get it. If you have not grown into that dream that you have, that ambition that you have, or that position that you so desire, you will not get it. If you get it by crook or by whatever, it will mess such a person up because you are not ready for it. You are not ready for that achievement at that time. So right there where you are, right here where you are, at this, I'm not talking of here physically. I mean, at the point where you are in your lives right now, individually, you are not, some of us may be leaders here already, but some of you, there's nobody that you think is following you. There's nobody that you can go and gather and start teaching them something. No. But start by living out those abilities. Start by doing the right thing. Start by living the right kind of life. I assure you, people are watching. You know, she mentioned something, ripple effects. How many of us know about ripple effects? So we know, how many of us know about ripple effects? Some of us did physics here now. Yes, so you know that ripple effect, when you throw a stone in a pool or a stream or whatever, even in a pool of water, when you drop something, there's this wave, this gentle wave that just goes. That's what they call ripple effects. So you know that just by dropping that thing, it has affected the other areas covered by water. It goes quietly. In fact, it is a small bowl of water. You may not even see it. But as soon as you drop it, trust me, there was a ripple effect. Even if it's in a cup of water, it may not be visible, but there was an effect. That's how it is. So you may not think you are doing something. You may just be that tiny drop of needle in a very big bowl of water. That's what you may just be right now. But there is an effect, and there is a length to which it will travel. It may not be able to reach the end of the bowl, or let's use a pool now, or a river. It may not be able to reach the end of the river, but it has traveled some distance. And the water surrounding that needle have felt the effect of a needle dropping in the water, in the river. So no matter how small you consider yourself right now, or whatever you think of yourself right now, there is still an effect that you can cause. God created everybody to be influential. Hello. While we all cannot be leaders, and that's the truth. Please don't get it. We all cannot be leaders in the sense of leading a lot of persons, right? We all can. There has to be followers, and the fact that you're a leader does not make you more important than the follower. And that's why I needed to establish what I said earlier, that the skills you call leadership skills are also needed for followers. We can also call them followership skills. As long as it all together helps you to build yourself and become a better version of yourself, they are all important. So because that we all cannot be leaders out there, right? But even where you are, that effect, you can feel it. People can feel it. I was saying that God created us all to be influential. Why we are not all meant to be leaders, but God made us all to have influence. And that's why that scripture that she put it, God gave the mandate to all of us that we should do what? Dominate. You can't run out of somebody to influence. It's not possible. You can't say in this 8+ billion now world, that you have run out of somebody to influence. It's not possible. Even if it's a newborn baby in your hand, you can influence that baby. God always needs people to help put other ones in the right path and in the right direction, put them on the right track. And God can use you, He can use you. But everybody believes in God here. We were all created for a purpose. Everybody believes that here. So God can use you, God can use you to affect anybody's life. And that's why you should not look down on yourself or consider yourself at a disadvantage or consider yourself irrelevant or define relevance to yourself by achievements or by the number of followers on Instagram and Twitter, or by whether you are the SCG president or whether you are the class rep of your class. You know, then if you don't make people class rep, it's always that issue. Especially if you consider yourself like I'm quiet and I'm this, and if you think that maybe the person who made the class rep was a favorite or something. So those things, those little things, it doesn't have to be. So first misconception, we are not all leaders, but we are all influential. We are all supposed to be influential. We are all supposed to influence people around us for good. We are all supposed to help them make the right decisions, help them come into the right perspective when they are confused. That is influence. You know, there's a joy when you have answered somebody's question. When somebody comes to you and say, "Oh, Janet, this," and you give an answer, and the person is like, "Wow, thank you so much. Now I have light. Now I know what to do." There's a joy that comes. Well, you don't have to be a leader to experience that joy. I am not debunking leadership, please. I hope we are on the same page. I am not saying we should not lead or it's bad to lead. I'm just saying, just in case you don't find yourself there, don't pity yourself or throw a pity party. No, you are also influential right there where you are. Even as a follower, you can influence your leader. Second misconception, I think I've touched this. Another misconception that people have is that, okay, leadership is the same as influence. People feel that, okay, leadership is the same thing as influencing. Do we think that is right? Why do you think it's not right? Why do you think it's not right? Okay, she said something. Let me give her the mic.
I would say that if it's the correct form of leadership, then it could be influencing people. But if it's not the right definition of leadership, then it does not necessarily mean influencing.
Okay. So also taking ahead.
You said that everyone can be influential their own way, so you don't have to be a leader to be influential.
Okay, so that's why I said I've already touched that. So leaders should actually be influential. Like she said, leaders should actually be influential. But not all leaders are influential. Like I mentioned earlier, you can only be influential if you are serving a cause that is way beyond you, that is bigger than self. But the moment it is centered around you, you are not going to influence anybody because you are not even thinking about anybody. But once the cause that you are serving is bigger than self, is bigger than your own ambition or your own desire for that cause, then you find yourself influencing other persons. Is that okay? Okay. Third one, another misconception is that leadership is about power and authority. Leadership is about power and authority. That's another misconception that people have, that leadership is about power and authority. Is that right? No. Leadership is not about exercising power and exercising authority. Like I've said, leadership is about influencing. Influencing. Another misconception is leadership is the goal we should aim for. So people feel like they should always aim to be leaders. They should always aim to be out there leading people. They should always aim to do this, aim to do that. So leadership is what people usually aim for. leading other people. They don't aim for influencing. They don't aim for creating a positive change. Somebody mentioned earlier that she wanted to be a change. She wants to lead because she wants to be a change agent and she wants to see people change around her. Not everybody has that mindset. Some persons just want to lead because it brings popularity. It brings this and it brings that. So leadership is not just about leading or gaining the popularity, but it's also about influencing, like I've mentioned earlier. Another misconception is that only leading brings relevance. And it's only when you are leading somebody you are relevant. It's only when you are in the position of leadership that you are relevant. That is also false. That is also what? That is also false. You are relevant anyway. Whether you are leading or not leading, you are relevant. Tell yourself, I am relevant. Say it louder, I am relevant. Let it sink into your head, I am relevant. Please, you are relevant anywhere. You are relevant. So you don't have to be in that position of leadership before you show your relevance. Or you consider yourself relevant. No. So finally, I want to talk about growth. Growth. How many of us are good students here? They are not proud. Just to, I mean, if you are in any department in our faculty of agric, how many of us, please raise your hand high above your head? Okay, just two persons. Okay, so we understand the mechanism of growth, right? We understand the mechanism of growth. Growth is a silent occurrence. So when you plant a corn, the corn doesn't spring out of the ground immediately. Right? When you plant a corn, it doesn't spring out of the ground immediately. Sometimes it takes 3 days, 2 days, a number of days before you start seeing the shoots, before you start seeing it. And you don't even, when you see the shoot, that's not when you harvest. You still have to wait at least 3 months to harvest. That's the same way growth happens in humans. So, now, she's not the baby she used to be. She has grown. She has learned. In fact, she constructs sentences in correct English at 2. And I was asking my husband again that, but who teaches her English? Is it that angels come and teach her English in a dream or what? I don't understand. But she can speak. She can do a couple of things. We did not directly sit her down and say, okay, this is the way you speak. I do blah, 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 blah. No, nobody taught her that. But somehow she's watching and somehow investing in herself, maybe learning those things, keeping it in her mind. And she was growing silently until now. She can talk, she can do so many things. And she's still growing. By the time she's 20, I'll still look back at her and say, but you were just small some days ago. How are you 20? How are you this big and probably taller than me now? That's the way growth is. I want to encourage us women, sisters, you're my sisters, ladies, to invest in yourself. Invest in yourself, grow. And I know that there are lots of things that are discouraging out there today. There's the social media palaver, there's a lot of things. There's this subtle trap of comparison. You just find out you have entered that trap when you begin to compare yourself with another person. But this person, I started before this person. Now see the way this person is. No, that trap is very subtle, and many of us find ourselves there. Many of us find ourselves there. Just take your time and grow. It's silent. You may not see it, others may not even see it. But trust me, if you are doing the right thing, if you are investing in the right things, you are what? You are growing. One day, it will be obvious to others. People will look at you and say, but when did you get to this point? But as of last year, you could not even stand before a crowd to speak. What happened overnight? People will ask you those questions, and even you may not be able to track how we got to that point. But the truth is, as long as I was feeding my baby, as long as I gave her breast milk for how long I should give her, and I kept feeding her with the right things, and we kept also doing the right things around her, speaking correctly around her, and she was going to the right school and learning the right thing, she was growing. Suddenly I can look at her and say, but Bethel, how did you get to this point? My name is Bethel. How did you get to this point? She was growing. We may not be able to track how that growth happened properly. I cannot say this is at what point. I can say when she started walking, but I can't say this is at what point she started talking well or started doing this. But it happened. It's the same way. Growth happens. And you may not consider yourself to be where you are supposed to be or where you ought to be. It may look as if many people have gone ahead of you. You may even look confused, and sometimes it leads certain persons to depression. I was speaking to somebody some days ago, and she was quite depressed because she was like, I don't even know. I don't know what's happening. It feels like I'm not this. It feels like I don't have direction. It feels like I don't do this. It feels like I don't do that. I don't know what to. I said, just calm down. Calm down. Calm down. Are you pleasing God? Yes. Just calm down. At the right time, I had to ask her that exactly what do you think or do you consider as you are making progress? What is your definition of you are not making progress, or your definition of progress? What's that definition? And then she began to say something like, my mates are doing this. This was already Abba. That's that person's life. This is your life. There's a template that person is following that is different from the template you are meant to follow. You don't even have the same fingerprints. You are not going to the same place. You see, the same way you plant a corn, right? A maize, and you can see the shoot in like 2 or 3 days, and in 3 months you can come and harvest. The same way you plant a tree, the seed of a tree, let's say the seed of mango or orange. In fact, let me even use bamboo. I think it's bamboo. Somebody corrects me if I'm wrong. Bamboo doesn't grow. You plant it, it doesn't grow for long. Am I right? It doesn't grow for long. I think for like maybe almost a year or something. 6 years, thank you. It does. Imagine you planted something and for 6 years you keep coming to space, you are not seeing anything. Will you not give? If you don't understand the mechanism of growth of that bamboo, you are likely to give up and even root it out. But it's only a man who understands the mechanism of growth of bamboo that will be patiently waiting. You know, he'll keep going there to weed. Right? He'll keep going there to weed. He'll keep going there to fertilize. He'll keep going there to probably water, to do whatever he needs to do until 6 years when that bamboo shoots out. And then when it shoots out, the growth is now very rapid. It just flies. That's the same way some of us are. Please, sisters, stop comparing yourselves with yourselves. Stop comparing yourself with somebody who has 300 and something followers on Instagram. Or somebody who is already a SUG president and looks like she's having more grants or she's having more opportunities, and you are just somewhere in our. Even the reporters, they don't know your face. It looks like you are in obscurity. stay in obscurity. That's where God builds men. In obscurity, right there where you are, that nobody knows you. That's where the investment really works. That's where God takes time to build you. Just stay there. Only one thing, do one thing. Only make sure that you are investing in yourself. Don't just say, they say I should stay in obscurity. So you just sit down in obscurity, you remain in obscurity. Just make sure that you are doing the right thing, what you are supposed to be doing. As long as you figure that out, that okay, I'm supposed to be doing this, I need to read these books, I need to make sure I pray and ask God for direction, I need to make sure I attend this conference, I need to make sure blah blah blah. Keep attending, keep doing that, and stay in the obscurity. One day, like the bamboo, you fly. You fly. If that's God's there for you to fly, you fly, and you find many people under you. At that point, you will not disappoint, because to whom much is given, much is what? Much is expected. At that point, you will not disappoint. When a bamboo grows, have you seen a bamboo plantation or a shed before? It could just be few bamboos, but their leaves spread. My time is up, right? But their leaves spread. Okay, I'll just try. Their leaves spread, and you can. It's always a very good shade and always cold. How many of us have stayed any under bamboo? Always so cold and a good shade, because when they grow, they just spread. So I'm encouraging us today. Leadership, I want to go through some things. Leadership is about influencing. You don't have to be out there or on the podium to make a change, to influence. You can do it right, that ripple effect. You can do it right there where you are. Trust me, there are people watching. And then take time to invest in yourself, build yourself, grow. You may not see the fruit now. You may not see the change that you desire now. But trust me, as long as you are doing the right thing, as long as you are feeding yourself with the right nutrition, you are growing. I'm not saying you will grow, you are growing. One day, your shoot will be obvious for everybody to see. Thank you.
That was very, very awesome. A round of applause today. As long as you are investing in yourself and you are feeding your seed, you will grow. You will grow. You don't have to wait for that special moment. So far, you are just investing in yourself. You are giving yourself that nutrients you need. That, remember, I gave an instance. Your own garden. Each of us, we have different gardens. We have different seeds we are growing inside. Someone's seed could be public speaking. Someone's seed could be writing. Someone could be acting or influencing. Different kind of seed. But we don't have to peep over to the next neighbor's garden to just like monitor. No, monitor your own. Monitor your own garden. It is yours. It is yours. And the effort you put inside will show eventually. Because if you keep nurturing that seed, plant, like watering it, giving it the nutrient, fertilizer if needed. These are analogies, right? It's not like you go to your house and plant a seed or something. But just nurturing that seed within you, eventually it has to grow. That's how nature works. Once you water something, you invest in something, the yield comes. And that was really, really awesome. Thank you so much. My round of applause again. And I'm sure while she was speaking, a lot of us were thinking about some things in our head, like we're like, okay, how do I, what do I, where do I don't want to complete it, you complete it yourself. So if you have any question, just raise your hand to ask her directly. Ask her now, or as they say in church, forever hold your peace. But let's not hold our peace forever. Let's ask now so that we get our answers and expectations met. So just raise your hand if you have any question. Do you have anybody? Okay, I see someone at the back.
Thank you so much, speakers. This is my question. Myself and my roommate sometimes when we're talking about something about all that some leaders emerged. And in a few months, we don't hear about them anymore. Like, we're even specific about musicians. Like, yes, they came out and could see their light will shine. So I think I don't know. Let me decide. So I wanted to answer the question: what happened to these people? Yes, they said leading 2, 3 people, the third coordinating some people, and all of a sudden, talking along the way, we don't care about them anymore. According to my roommate, was like, okay, some people are just meant to be just people. That's their purpose. Right? They're not meant to impact 2 people, right? That's the purpose in life. Is that true? Can impact those 2 people, and that's their purpose. Like, they're not meant to impact more than 2 people. If you are going beyond 2 people, then it's not what something like that. Now that our own perspective about all of that. So I want you to share more.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I would like to use a parable, the talent in the Bible, when some persons were given different amounts of talent to do something with, right? And one person decided not to do something with it. And when the master came, the master collected and gave it to the other person. But before I use that parable, now that some persons are meant to lead only 2 persons, and that's all. And if they move to the third person, that's the end of their leadership. That is not exactly true. Because if you are faithful in little, the consequence is that more will be added. The consequence is that more will be added. There's no way God, why there may be specific 2 persons for you to really influence and change in certain areas. There is no way that your influence ends with those 2 persons, because those 2 persons are also influencers. They are going to influence other people. That's why it's a ripple effect. They are going to keep influencing. It goes on. It's a chain that keeps going on. And there's no way after you have influenced 2 persons that God says, okay, that's the end. Just sit down and be watching. Well, there might be rare occasions that God can say, okay, but God will definitely bring other persons to you that you would affect positively. As for why some persons just who are leaders, then suddenly they fade out, they fizzle out. I would say preparation. Preparation in the sense that if you are not ready for something, like I said, with growth comes responsibility. If you are not ready if you come out prematurely, let me put it that way, and then you realize that you cannot handle it, let me tell us something. People have expectations. As we are here, now all of us, we had expectations for coming here. Now it is left for the organizers to find out from you guys if your expectations were met or if they were cut short. Right? We can't say, I can't ask, and I'm sure baristas will not want to ask, but it's there for the organizers to find out that. But people have expectations, and when they come to you, be sure that you have what it takes to meet the expectation. And that's why I keep emphasizing when I talk to people about growth, stay where you are and grow. Because, like I said, you can't run out of people. People will come, but when they come and they ask their questions, will they meet exactly what they expect? Are you going to give them what they expect? All of us know the story of Solomon and the queen and Queen Sheba that came to. Now, she had heard stories about him, about Solomon. He's the wisest of all kings. He has chariots, he has this, how he settled conflict, how he did this. And then if you read that scripture, those of us that are Christians, you can check that scripture. The Bible said that he came, and when she came, she said that indeed I have heard this, I have heard this, I have heard that, but that those people did not do justice to who exactly you are. It means that he superseded their expectations. In fact, he was out and over the roof. So, in fact, before she left, she now gave him gifts. When we can check that scripture, she said he answered her questions. She saw more than what she expected. So make sure that you have grown enough. If you are seeking, those of us that really want to lead people, make sure that you have what it takes to lead people. Because when people come and they discover that, oh, you are just any kind of leader, you are just the one who is selfish, or the one who doesn't care about them, or the one who doesn't even have answers to their questions or to their problems, they will leave you. You find out that they can be loyal for a month or 2 months, or so that you will not be put to shame. They will just be loyal. And they can be following you so that you will not be put to shame, but they are not really following. Their lives are already, they've already built a wall around them. So you can't really influence or cause that change. So it's not about leading. That's why I really do not want to emphasize on the leading. I'm emphasizing on you yourself. Leading is not a problem. Leading is not a problem, I assure you. God has a purpose for everybody's life. He definitely wants you to do something. He definitely wants you to influence somebody or some persons or a nation or a continent in whichever way, maybe in the finance sector, maybe in tech, maybe as an influencer on social media, maybe as a fashion designer, maybe as a school teacher. He wants you to cause a change, a positive one. That one is not debatable. But when that time comes for you to cause that change, will you be ready? Will you have what it takes to cause that change? Are people that will come to you, are they going to say like in Shiba that no, the people that told me about you did not do justice to who you really are? Or are they going to be like, I beg, just say what you want to say, I beg. This is just a waste of my time and money and effort. Do you understand me? So invest in yourself. Leave the people that have done that. That's not always how God meant it to be. That's not how God meant it to be. That's not always how it's supposed to be. But because people fizzle out on time because they rush into something they were not prepared and ready for. So as long as you take your time to prepare yourself, you take your time to grow. When the opportunity comes, you find yourself flying.
Thank you very much, Ma. As long as you take time and make sure that you're growing, you just have to you don't have to rush into it. You know, it's a lifetime thing. It's a lifetime thing. It's not like you're doing it for just 2 years or a season. It is who you are. You are a leader. It's not like you're a leader for just 5 years. You are a leader for the rest of your life. So why rush into it? Learn what you have to learn. Invest what you have to invest in yourself. If you need to meet people, get mentors, read books, you know, if you need to practice as much as you can. So that when these people come, the people that want to learn, or when you find yourself in that space, that opportunity comes, you know how to just move with ease and just do it. And you keep doing it and doing it. And when you get to that old and gray stage of your life, you just look back and you'll be so marveled. You'll be so marveled. That was awesome. Thank you so much, Mark. Do we have another question? Anybody with another question? Anybody in the house?
Yes,
Okay.
that's again. Thank you, Mark, for a very insightful session. I learned a lot. So, my question is this. It's a personal question, actually. I feel some other people also benefit from it. I have maybe dreams or desires or goals personally that I desire to pursue, and also maybe people that matter in my life pertaining to decision making. Maybe my family. They also have their opinions on maybe one or two things that maybe they also desire for me to pursue. Um, I think my first question would be, will it be okay to be open to learning, even if I may not be so interested in that line? And yeah, I think that's the main question. But what would your response to that be? Having your own desires to follow and also um, people that you have to submit to.
Will it be okay to learn what they want you to learn?
Yes, following in that line, okay. Or just focus on what I want to do. Or so, or if that's a side, and also if what maybe one of those things that they're asking me to follow in is not really something I'm really interested in, should I still go ahead?
Okay, thank you. I am a fan, or I will not say you should disobey your parents or disobey anybody, the person you submit to. I won't ask you to do that. I'm a fan of obedience. Obey. Obedience, they say, is better than sacrifice. Okay. So, but first of all, my first question will be: have you tried to reason with them concerning these things? Have you tried to talk to them? Have you tried to talk to them that, okay, mommy, daddy, or uncle, auntie, this is what I really like to do. This is what I want to do. I don't have passion for this that you're asking me to do. Have you tried to do that?
Yes, I've also tried to tell them about it, and they are not against maybe doing what I want to, but they also want me to like follow in some kind of some line as well.
They also want you to do that one and do the
Yes.
two together.
Yeah.
Okay. If they insist that you should do what they have asked you to do, and if you feel like you can juggle the two together, you can put both together, then I would advise that you do it together. Because at the end of the day, no knowledge is wasted. As long as it's a positive knowledge and it will affect you positively, right? It will affect you positively. So I would say you can, but if you cannot, there are certain blessings that come to us because we obey. And because sometimes we let go of our own desire to do, especially when it comes to obeying parents, if they are parents or the person that maybe God has set over you as parents. So if you cannot do both together, I would advise that you do what they ask you to do. If it will not take too much of your time, I mean, it's not something that will take maybe 2 or 3 years, blah blah blah. Do it, and then later come back to what you are doing. At the end of the day, you discover that because we don't exactly know a lot about the future yet. And that's usually the reason for a lot of confusion. And some people, if they knew what their future looks like, they won't be depressed and they won't be confused. They will just, in fact, they will relax and wait for the future to come. If they knew that a lot of things are already prepared, they have a bright future, they will not bother. But because of the fear of the unknown, we get ourselves so anxious and agitated presently, right? So if you understand that, you would know that, okay, well, sometimes even what your parents are asking you to do might be something that can be beneficial tomorrow that you don't necessarily know now. So you will not discover that, oh, if I had known, I would have done this, done that, done that. I'll use myself as example. Okay, so I went to a fashion school and learned fashion designing. And at that time, it was because I was at a point where I was at a crossroads. I don't like to be idle. I don't like to be somebody who just sits and not doing anything. So before that was before my service year. I thought that, okay, what can I do? What should I do? So I went ahead to I consulted with a few persons, talked. At the end of, when people give you advices, I will throw it back at your table to do what you want. So at the end of the day, I had to pick. I didn't like fashion designing before then. But somehow I felt like there was a nudging in my spirit to do it. I felt like, well, maybe I can do it. And suddenly, I was passionate about it. I was really happy about it. So I went ahead to do it. Meanwhile, my natural self, I'm somebody who likes to be on the system, who likes to do logical work, logical thinking. I like to do a lot of computer work and all. But then, at that time, of course, there was no job and there wasn't so much opportunities at that time. So I went ahead to do fashion designing. I went to service, continued. I came back. I went to a proper, very good fashion school, continued, and then I got married and continued. But early this year, I've shared with some of us here. I've shared with some of us here for that experience. Early this year, from late last year, I started to feel this vacuum in my spirit. I started to feel like I wasn't doing what I was supposed to do. I wasn't doing enough. I felt like I was not using my head. Like I was telling myself, no, Faith, you can. It felt like fashion was killing my vibes, was killing my ginger. I'm like, oh God. So I started to think, what should I do? What should I started to pray about it, discuss with my husband. My husband knows that when I'm passionate about something, I go all out for it and it's always successful. So you already notice certain things and then was like, okay, let's pray for direction. Let's pray for I don't want to stop you from doing whatever I want to do, but let's pray. What exactly will God have you to do? So as I was praying, I received this nudging to go into tech. And I'd not, although before then, long time before I'd gone into it, but I ran out. That was before I even entered, I got admission into school. So I I was like, okay, God, are you really asking me to do this? I made my findings, consulted with friends I have that have gone really way up in the tech industry, blah, blah, blah. So eventually I settled for data science, and then I started coding and all, blah, blah, blah. And as soon as I started, I also consulted with my pastor, and then he discussed certain things with me, how that sometimes at the present state, at your present state, since we don't necessarily understand or know or and have the full picture, rather, we don't have the full picture. There are certain things that God might bring your way that may keep you busy for now. But those knowledge or the knowledge you get is not wasted. But because God would not want you to be idle, and because you are not even meant to be idle, you are not meant to be idle. You are meant to continually to be using your brain. You are not meant to be idle. So because of you have not reached a particular point where God wants you to do a particular thing, there are other opportunities that may sneak in your way that the Lord might permit you to go into. Meanwhile, that may not be exactly where it's taking you to. We have had people study medicine, finish it with good grades, practice for a while, and then they say no. They want to go into a fashion world. They want to go into this. I know somebody who studied law, and she had practiced for some years, and then suddenly she just said that she's just so miserable in this lawyer thing. She said she was just so miserable, and guess what she wanted to do? Selling fabric. And she has made, I mean, if we are going to define success by money now, she has made, she's successful. If we're really going to define it by money, I would say she's successful. And then she went into it. So we've had people who have done one thing but end up doing another thing. It's about discovering what you are passionate about. When you discover, another thing is the timing. It may not be time for it right now. So if it's not time for it now, are you now going to sit, fold your hands, and be looking? Whatever your hand finds to do, as long as it is legal, and it's not going to put you in problem and to glorify God, do keep yourself busy, keep your brain growing. Do you understand? So if your parents insist that you should do what they want to do, and you know that you cannot do the two together, there are people that can learn more than 2 skills together at the same time, or 3 skills. So you cannot maybe learn 2 skills together. Do what they ask you to do. There's a blessing that comes from that obedience. That's what I'm trying to tell you. And who knows, maybe halfway through it, they may say, okay, stop. Do what they ask you to do, and then later pursue your goal, pursue your own passion. And you find that what you have done for your parents and what you are doing, it will not be lost. God will eventually bless both. So I don't know if that answers your question.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you very much, ma'am. And thank you to those that asked questions, because I'm sure as you asked those questions, she said some things that everybody enjoyed. Am I right? She said some vital things, especially when she was transitioning from one space to another, making decisions about her life. She was just intentional. And there was something she mentioned, which I would just like to point out. You see, when you are in that stage in your life and you're feeling like you don't know what to do, reach out to someone that you know is also a leader, someone that you know is strong in whatever field you are going through, someone that you trust. Okay, someone that you trust, because if you make decision based on not being sure of that stage and you just decide, it may not be the right at that time. But when you reach out and when you believe whoever you are reaching out to, it ends in well, it ends in like a great journey. That was awesome. Thank you very much, ma. So now we're going to another session. I know that we've been sitting down for a long time, and I must compliment everybody. Please, a round of applause for yourself. Like, you stayed from morning till now. That's awesome. That's very, very awesome. You took time to come here, learning, enjoying yourselves, enjoying the munchies and all, but it's awesome. It's awesome. So I'll be calling on the next person that will be taking over now. She'll be taking a short game session and also a breakout session. Can we welcome Miss Obi Immaculata?
Hello, everyone. Hey, hope we're enjoying ourselves and learning a lot from this session. If you've learned something today, just raise up your hand. Okay, I'm not alone. Now we are going into another session that will help you exercise your body. Don't worry, I'm not jumping. Okay, just turn with me or just go to your affirmation cards now and flip it to the back. This is the affirmation card. Do you all have this? Okay. Before we do that, I would like us to celebrate this person as we give them the first set of gifts we have today. We are going to be giving out these 3 books, and not just this one. We have other books around, like somewhere hiding for the people that will win them. So these are the first set of gifts we are giving, and I would like you to celebrate these people who answered questions today and who volunteered to come out here speak to us. So the first person we'll call is Boluwatife. So let's call on Sife. So on behalf of the leader of the initiative and Student Impact Initiative, we present this book to you. We hope that you read it. We hope that you read it and borrow it up. Okay, the next person we are calling is Oluwatose. I would like to call on Barrister Taylor. On behalf of Lead Up Initiative and Student Impact Initiative, present this gift to you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, let me just add that we have over 10 books to actually give out. We don't know how we want to give it out, but we are already picking and noting the people that will give these books to. So please interact with the sessions, say something, jot things down. And hey, I was watching and I was seeing us forming, like forming all kinds. Please, we are all ladies. We are all ladies, yes. And the person sitting next to you is also a lady. And our previous speaker was talking about not comparing yourself to another person. Don't worry, you are beautiful, as you can see. And I would like you to just look at this affirmation card. Look at this affirmation card. We have a space for your name because these affirmations, these confessions are for you. Everything written here, we are talking about you. We are speaking about you. Who believes that everything written here is about them? Do you? Okay, so we are going to write now. Take your pen. Take your pen. Yes. And just put your name down. You've written, these people are written their name. My God, some people are proactive. He's not writing. That's borrowing your pen because he must write. Okay.
Are you trying to get your name from someone else? Write your name. Okay, let's take this affirmation together. Are we ready? Are we ready? Yes. Okay. Let's go. I, Immaculata. Calm down, calm down. I know, I know. I know, it's like it's hot, right? Not just say this thing now because it's right. Okay, but let's take it after me. I, Immaculata, am a woman of value. So put your name. The world is blessed to have me because I dispense the values within me to the fullest. I am extremely blessed and highly favored. I am a woman of substance. Say it with, with some words and levels. I am a woman of substance. Are you crossing your legs? Because you need to balance your stage. I speak and make things happen. Because I am capable of causing a change. Wherever it is needed. Patience has had its full work in me. And I am made perfect and whole, lacking nothing. Nations call me blessed. I have a witness in the house. Okay. Nations call me blessed. Who are you? Say your name. Nations call who? I am an international wonder to my generation. I have influence across borders. That means not just Nigeria. We are going global. Who's with me? And excellence is my watchword. Even across borders, we are delivering excellence. Am I right? Yeah. As I learn by observation and experience, a double measure of excellence, expertise, and exposure. Yes, I am a global phenomenon. Say it again like you believe. I flourish both on national and international platforms. Are we talking about you here? Sure. Sign. Put your signature there. Yeah. We need this there. Yeah. You want to say more? Okay, when you look beneath these affirmation cards, we have 4 sections there. We have the soul healing, visionary leadership, road to leadership, and self-leadership. Can we all see it? Yes. Okay, I said that we are going into a session that will help you exercise. So, okay, we have a breakout session now. And how we work. We have 4 sections, and we are going to be dividing ourselves into these 4 sections. Now, don't copy your friend. I beg you. Don't copy your friend. So, soul healing is, is going to speak to people who want to find themselves, who want to discover themselves, who are at that place where they really want to move away from the past into the present, the future that God wants for them. So soul healing is speaking to those who really want to discover their potentials and maximize it. So we are talking about moving from the past into the future. You can step into your future today. Even in your mind, you can step into your future today. So soul healing will do that. That section will do that. Visionary leadership speaks to execution, from idea to identity. If you have an idea like a cogent one, a major idea you want to work on, like in the next 3 months or 6 months. Visionary leadership is for you. You get to know how you can put your ideas together and work it out. Visionary leadership section will do that for you. Road to leadership is simply speaking to the way you can kickstart. You know, we were learning a few minutes ago how that you are meant to be influential. So kickstarting that influence, even on your inside first, before you give it out to the world. So we are working on ourselves to work on other people, to influence other people. That's what growth leadership would give to those people in that section. And self-leadership speaks also to self-discovery. But you know the difference, or what would be the catch for this one, is that it's also speaking to how you can learn discipline and consistency. So you're not just starting these things. You've not just started these things, but you have learned or you have started, and now we are teaching you how to continue, how not to stop. Who has this? Because me, I have this experience of starting some things, and at some point you just forget that you are even doing them. I'm the only one. Okay, you guys are confessing now. So, if you know that you started something before and you stopped it, self-leadership is for you, because we're going to speak to discipline and consistency. So, you know what you are going to do for me? As ladies with class, ladies of value, ladies with substance, take one and don't copy anybody. Don't worry, you don't have to be in the same section with your friend. Let your friend go to another one. You guys now teach yourself. Just one. And let that pen tick it well. Let it tick it. Okay. Are you proud of what you've chosen? Say it now. Are you proud of what you've chosen? Okay, so if you chose soul healing, kindly rise up. Kindly rise up. Soul healing. From the past to your future. From the past to your future. Soul healing. Soul healing. Or are we done? Are we done making a decision? Okay, please can we all sit? Sorry. If you made a choice, raise your hand. Just raise it up. If you've made a decision. Okay. And you made a decision. Everybody, we can't leave you out. We can't leave you out. You've not made a decision, we'll make it for you. Okay. Soul healing, let's rise up. Soul healing. Please let's celebrate them as they stand. Soul healing. Soul healing. Soul healing. Okay. Yes. I think we should just move to that table. That table. If it shows soul healing, please just move to that table. If you have that table, please guide me, just rise and find an empty seat there. Please just be fast. I told you exercise yourself, you stand up and boldly walk to your section. Okay. If you chose visionary leadership, just rise up. Visionary leadership. Okay. Visionary leadership. Please let's occupy these two roles here.
corner. Let's occupy this corner. Please sit and please be excited internally. Thank you. Okay, so road to leadership. If you chose road to leadership, just rise up, rise up. Road to leadership, rise up, rise up. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. Okay, please just put your hands up. 3. Okay. Okay. So move to this table. Wow. This section will be so intimate. So are you telling me that the many people sitting are for self-leadership? Great. Okay, so if you are for self-leadership, can we rise? Let's see the multitude. Okay, let's go out for a photo section. Okay, let's move to this table. Just this corner of the hall. Self-leadership is looking like you say, wow. If you are not in anyone, please raise up your hand. Okay. Thank you so much, everybody. We'll have our panelists facilitate this section. So let's celebrate our panelists as they go to their section. So let's celebrate them. Okay. Powerful. And let's also celebrate our wonderful keynote speakers. Celebrate our wonderful keynote speakers. Let's keep celebrating them. Thank you. Okay, let's celebrate Barrister KB. She's taking her leave now. If you learned something from her section, celebrate that. Yes. Thank you so much, Ma. The various sections will begin now.
Oh, okay. Welcome then. Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
Can we begin to round up our session? Thank you.
just voted based on seniority, like submitting my report on my deadline.
Let's all round up our sessions. Let's round up on sessions. We can collect questions if necessary. Every participant should have a question. We can always continue this. There's always more and more events coming up. So this is not the end. I'm sure it has been very, very exciting. Like, and educate you. I'm sure we are all learning. All right. And if you have your meal tickets numbered 1 to 10, 1 to number 10, please quietly move outside. If your meal ticket has number 1 to number 10, please quietly move outside. And also, let's not misplace our meal tickets. Very, very important. Well done, everybody. Well done, well done, well done. Wow. I can see everybody's face beaming. All right. I'm sure we all had a very wonderful time. I'm sure we had a very wonderful time with our guest speakers. Okay, I'll give us 3 minutes to just settle down. Let's settle down. Let's settle down. Awesome, awesome. I can see that we are looking very, very educated, like enlightened. Wow, that was awesome. I was going around some sessions. I think I went to visionary leadership and I was looking at everybody writing and looking so intentional. I was moved. I was moved. It was serious. And I was seeing the guys in self leadership too. So it's awesome. I'm sure you enjoyed yourself. Is everyone settled down now? All right. So I would like to do something very quick. Are we here? Yeah, I would like to do something very, very quick. I want somebody from Soul Healing to come. Okay, just let me say it. I want someone from Soul Healing, someone from Visionary Leadership, Road to Leadership, and the last one, Self Leadership, to come out and tell us what they learned and what they are taking home with them. Yes, I want us to do that very fast. Remember, leaders are bold, leaders are not shy. All right, and you have to indicate the session you're coming out from. And bring your card along. Yes, it's an indication that you are in that session. Thank you. Let's hurry up. Let's hurry. Please come forward. Come here. And if you have meal tickets 1 to 10, very important, please quietly go outside. Your meal is waiting for you. Okay, can you introduce yourself?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Titilayo. In self-leadership session. So, what I learned is that what I learned there was that I've actually been having challenges in that area. I set visions or I set goals and then I don't achieve them. Probably after a month, I'll not remember that. Oh, I actually did this thing. I actually wrote down this thing to do, but I could not implement them. So what I learned is that first of all, I learned that I need to be self-aware. Like I need to know who I am. I need to know my strengths. I need to know my weakness. I need to set achievable goals, not goals that will be too long or like. And I need to find my goals. Like I can set down a goal and then say, "Ah, this is what I want to do," and then there's no time bound. That kind of goal is not achievable. So I learned how to time my goals. I learned how to be aware of my weakness and my strength, how to work on them. I learned how to evaluate myself. And I will always come back to those and check if I actually achieved them. And I learned how to adaptable, flexibility. There are sometimes that when I sit down and something else, something important actually for me. How do I fix it? Then I learned how to do that.
Thank you very much. Your name again? All right. Can we clap hands for City Lions? Let's give her a round of applause. All right. So yeah, what you said is actually very true, and it's very, very important to just keep that consistency going, regardless of how we feel or whatever, like in truth, in our plan or whatever. We just have to keep it going and keep it moving. So I'll give it to the next person, your name and the session you took. Well, for the fact that you think out to even speak in subjects already.
So my name is Ibadan, and I learned from self leadership. And the first thing that was really emphasized on was the fact that you can't effectively lead or influence others if you have not learned to properly manage your resources, like your time, your your emotions. And the person that took us mentioned some key points such as self-reflection, self-awareness, um, and I think she has mentioned some things that I've learned. Well, one thing that I'm taking from this is to go back to my goals, because coming before I came to this summit, some days before I was like, I really want to complete my tasks, like complete maybe goals or things that I've set to achieve. And that was the main reason why I decided to go to learn about self leadership. So going forward, I would go back to those goals that I've set and visit them, set structures, be accountable. And I also learned about building relationships as well, and valuing the people that are around me, so that even if I need to be accountable to someone, there always be someone that will be available. So going forward, I would implement what I've learned.
All right, can we give her a round of applause? It takes courage and it takes intentionality to really say what she said. from what she said, you will know that she's actually being intentional about her growth in leadership, knowing herself in leadership, and how to project well in leadership is very, very key. And I would like us to give her a round of applause again. So to the next person, your name, the session you participated in, your take-home goal, and what you learned too.
My name is the particular session I participated in personal disaster. And it's actually about you as a leader with a vision. Maybe you have ideas in your mind that you are like about to implement. So the best thing you have to do is just to like set goal, like make sure it is measurable. That is the who, what is the specific thing you want to do, the what, and then the how you can implement it, and then how to get help about so that the things that like might want to like hinder you from like seeing the particular goal, like set it. So the particular thing that was given to us is for like 3 months goals. So we have no matter the particular like vision that you have. So put it in a like write it down and then tell it maybe for 3 months and then measure your growth. Maybe for instance now our the person that took the session, she cited the example of maybe your goal is about reading books. So pick a particular book and then measure your growth. That is how you be consistent about it. Maybe it's about reading books. So what you've learned and like so this is about it.
All right, thank you very much, Glory. Thank you very, very much. That was awesome. That was awesome. Do you want to say something about?
Yes.
All right.
Thanks so much, Glory. That was awesome. Let's start for her. Okay, so as a missionary, I feel that all of you that should start talking about always keep everything around mind. Always keep it at mind. When you see that dynamic, there's the essence for us to stop at the point and like think about who are not consistent. No, you can just start by always seeing the end to where we come from, like what we want to see at the end of the road. Then start then break it down to simple steps, simple achievable steps. So as we do that, to make us know how to self-question ourselves of oh, this is what I actually want to do. So you start asking yourself questions like, okay, why do I have to do this? Okay, what do I really want to do? When you start asking those questions, channel your focus into your vision. That is what you always see. And also keep like writing it down and like keep questioning yourself about your vision. Not necessarily maybe when you are not mistaken, yes, you can be sincere with yourself, but that should make you to go, I know I'm not mistaken, but I can actually do better. This is actually what I want to see and then what I want to get and then everything there. That will call you to actually track yourself, like move to vision set. So that will be powerful.
Very, very true. Very true. You said something actually. You said like when you want to accomplish, when you have this vision and it looks so big, all you just need to do is break it down. You see how they are munching on their meal now. They definitely cannot throw everything into their mouth. So they are just breaking it down and allowing it to get digested. And that's actually how like achieving goals is making vision come to reality. Breaking it down to the simplest form ever and making it just come to bit by bit. Before you know it, the whole mountain is just a plane and you just walk through. Awesome one. Can we clap hands for them again? To the last one.
I was in the Wednesday that section. So a month ago, but we want to learn like today. This song was about something leadership. So today I was we were told that okay, want to take it down at first you must not reflect. It is what we have like points out. There are some situations whereby you can't give out what you don't have. So you must as a leader you must self-trained so as to like give out and help others develop too. Okay, and it's also a mention about voluntary leadership. Like when you volunteer, you tend to like meet and connect with people, knowing more about what they need. So it helps you build more on your leadership skills in such that you can also help others to grow. And also, like, I had this vision, like, if I am like, you know that leadership is about influencing and all. So I'm kind of, I was sometimes in a situation whereby there are some people that I tend to like want to upbeat in academics and all. But when I see that okay, this person is not improving or in the positive way I want the person to improve, I tend to like okay, give up easily. So what I was told was as a leader, I have to self-control and to be able to like not give up easily on people.
Thank you very much, Oyelola. That was really, really insightful. And I like the fact that you have made the decision not to give up. A leader should not just give up easily. You should just, once you have that vision and you know you are very intentional about it, and you know the end goal would affect not only you but everybody, just go with it, keep pushing it. You will obviously meet challenges. One of our keynote speakers said that you will meet challenges along the way. It is normal. The road cannot just be all plain and smooth. You know, these challenges test you, they try you, they see if you have the stuff. And if you're a leader and you want to really show that you have that stuff, you will not give up. And I'm really glad that you made that decision today. Thank you so much. Can we clap hands for them? Can we give them a round of applause again? All right, you can go to your seat. I think one breakout session, one group didn't come out. That was soul healing. So do we have anybody in soul healing bold enough to come out? Anybody? Okay, please come out. All right, I'd like you to just give your name and what you've learned, and you also what you will do after this event concerning what you've learned. Yeah. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Peter. I would say that from what I learned from the soul music section is that there are stages in life where you tend to be exposed to some certain degrees of pains that a lot of people can't understand and be able to picture that pain, no matter how they try to be of help. But the truth is that if you want to move forward as a leader, there are some certain baggages you just have to let go of your life. You have to let go of anger. You have to let go of self-resentment and low self-esteem and a lot of that. So we'll walk through. You just have to understand that whatever is happening to you has happened to someone else, but God has placed us in a position that a time will come in your life where that thing you've gone through, you are actually at a critical moment to actually save another person. And if you have not allowed yourself to grow past that pain, that hurt, someone might actually die in your hands, and you would start blaming yourself that, oh, I wished I had moved on. I mean, some of us might have pains that we're holding on to as much as 5 years and 10 years. And what I will say that I'll be able to take out of this section is actually to forgive completely. Yeah, to forgive completely. Thank you. Beautiful, beautiful. Wow, I can feel the intentionality in what she's saying. Forgive completely. You just have to let go of some burdens so that you can project better, so that you can move faster. It won't be like you keep regretting or having that doubt or feeling bad and staying there. One of our keynote speakers said it again, and I'll say it again. You don't have to stay on that position forever. You don't have to stay on that position forever. Growth is necessary. You grow in healing, you grow in understanding, you grow in knowledge. We grow, we just grow. And it's very important for leaders. It's very, very important. Thanks to everybody that came out. Can we give them a round of applause? All right. This is like a wants to say something too.
Okay, so concerning soul healing, I know most of us have gone through one thing or the other. Yeah, am I right? Yeah, that very well. Yes, so my decision is for what I have gone to something that will hurt us and know how to move forward from that particular thing. That is that true. Yeah. So like from what you have said, it's about forgiving yourself. There's no help as a human being. It's not okay. It might not be much. That's like different like apart from that. There are so many that are putting a whole lot of effort to get a bit, but at least all of us have got one of these jobs in our lives that felt pain. And that pain is one of the things that actually fuels up our, let's say, vision from seeing ourselves as valuable most times. Because at that point, that's only what we see at that point. So I could remember when our speaker was talking and talking about us forgiving ourselves. You have to forgive yourself, yes. You have to intentionally tell it, even if you know that, oh, even if God has forgiven you, but you have to actually tell yourself that, yes, I'm forgiving myself. Yes, I make a mistake. I am forgiving myself. Once you forgive yourself, it's very easy for you to move on and heal. And you have to always tell yourself that you have to allow like yourself to heal. You have to give yourself that permission to heal because you are worth it. So once you tell yourself that you forgive yourself, position you in a way that you know that every opportunity ahead of you, you are always ready for it. So I know I want to even I think practical example that when we go through something and something big comes to our mind and be like, oh no, it's not me, I can't do this. Am I right? Something big, I will kill it at that point. But you have to tell yourself that for that thing to come to my mind, I know it does not look like it, but that is exactly what I'm going to do. You understand? You have to tell yourself that I have to let go of all these burdens. I have to forgive myself. I have to move on. Because why? It's not because this pain that you went through, yes, God does not force it, but He allows it. Because as she said, people are attached to it, no matter what. Like people are attached to it. Our speaker was talking about like we don't like leadership is beyond us. We don't just live for ourselves, it's beyond us. So once we come from that standpoint and we are like, oh, it's beyond me, okay, I'm going to this particular place. What are the lessons I can get from this place? Don't go without the lesson. Get the lesson. What are the lessons I can get from this place? So after the lesson, then okay, how can I start to use this lesson to move on? And I was like, okay, because you open yourself to anything that is available for you, bigger things that are available for you, not just anything, bigger things that are available for you, and be able to channel yourself towards that like line. Do you understand? So I know everybody has gone through one of them, even if you might not want to say it or want to say it, but I don't know that if that is what's making you stuck, please and please forgive yourself. Forgive yourself. See yourself as valuable. Gain the lessons, move on. If you don't forgive yourself, you'll not be able to help those that are coming after you. Because that's where you be picturing yourself at that particular level. I'm like this. But I have to say, no, you have a lot to say. You have a lot to say. You have a lot to say. So once you see yourself from that perspective, that, oh, I've learned the lessons. If not someone comes to you with that perspective, even if you learn the lesson, to be able to channel the person in the right direction. No, I've done don't go like this. And to be very, when the person comes to you, and at that point, you're going to see yourself that, hey, I just know that. Like, I was trying to face the example that, oh, I just know that, okay, I just go just help me and I just passed through it. So, like, no, that's not your testimony. That's not what God has told you for. So, there's something bigger than you. So, once you start from that standpoint and you know that you're forgiving yourself, you're able to open yourself up to opportunity. You know that.
That's very, very true. That was really insightful. I'm sure they got what you said. And what you said actually clicks with what a speaker from Visionary Leadership said. She said, if you find out that one plan is not working out, don't be so adamant and just stay there and say, oh, this plan, you must just work out for me. You must. Try to look for other options. Try to look for other options that will make sure that you still end in that goal you want to get, that vision you've seen. Like someone used to tell me, there are different roads that leads to the market, so choose whichever one works for you. different good roads actually. All right, so I'm sure we all enjoyed ourselves. And while we are enjoying our meal, if you have any question for our panelists, I'd like to just introduce them. I don't want to disturb them. They are looking very, very cool right now. So the first person on our panelist list is Engineer Ayomide. Can we give her a round of applause? Wow, okay, before we continue, I want us to know there is something intentional about appreciating people. Okay, it's not just a norm. They've given value. That's why they are here. And even before this moment we are calling them out now, they've given us value. During the breakout session, they disburse value to you. And I could see some of you writing down nodding heads. So when we call out these people to appreciate them, do it from the bottom of your heart. Because you in the next few days, few months, few years will be in that same position. All right, you'll be in that same position. So when you express that appreciation, trust me, what is given would be collected back. You know, it's like a reciprocal. What you give, you take. All right. So as I call their names, I really like us to appreciate them very, very well. Engineer Ayomide is our first panelist. Then the next person is Dr. Adewumi. Awesome. Then our next panelist is Dr. Boluwatife. And the last panelist on our list is Miss Obi Immaculata. All right, so these are the 4 panelists that will be pitching our questions to. So if you have any question that you developed during the breakout session and you really like to ask them, please feel free to raise your hand and ask your question. Very, very important. Do we have anybody in the house? Okay. Oh, you can stay where you are.
I would think things like emphasizing the fact that the leadership is all about just being a president or being in a position of authority. And anything else. My question is, most times, even as young people, we're already from young age, we're already projecting ourselves. Once we are projecting our wedding marriage, right? About this thing, right? Sometimes when we come together in groups, we are talking about something. Most times, some ladies, their end goals are marriage. They don't want to think about it. So, with the stereotypes that are about women, I just want, how do you deal with the stereotypes?
I'd like us to direct that question to Engineer Ayomide.
Okay, so she asked a couple of questions in one. The first one that got my attention was the fact that so people have their end goal as marriage. Please wake up. Oh. This is 2023. Don't sleep. No. Wake up. That dream as that things. You don't think of marriage being end. Even when you get married, there's still a lot of work for you to do. For breaking stereotypes, I can talk about that because as a civil engineer, you have a lot of things, barriers that will stand in your way. Sometimes it opens doors for you. There are doors that I've walked through because I'm a baby engineer. They're like, oh, you're an engineer. I want to discuss with you. It opens doors as well. But there are some doors that will remain locked. Like, oh, want a mail, want a map. Just like the other way I've talked about, I had the same experience. There was a day that one person came to our office. I was sitting with them when I started working in Lagos. So, well, if you're excellent at what you do, your gift will make a way for you. One. And the Bible says you stand before kings and not before men. But before you can stand before kings, you have done something at the back. So, anyways, I was in this meeting with my MD and one other director from the company. And my MD was doing training and we were going on. I was just sitting down there quietly, learning again. I already knew what he was doing, but I was just learning again. And my MD had to go for another meeting. I told him, oh, she's going to take over from me and she'll continue the training. The man just changed, he was looking was looking like, how would this girl teach me? Instead asking me questions, do you have a master's degree? No, sir. The annoying thing is that you still have to be respectful because they're your clients. So I was like, do you have a master's degree? I said, no. Are you married? No. Are you also bombarding with questions? And I was polite enough to answer all these questions. When it was done, I don't understand. Can we continue with this training and everything? So as I was teaching him, would see him pick his phone, be pressing his phone. I was looking. Do you understand? Say, should be just giving for. I'll say, okay, this is what it means again. I'll explain all over again. So I went through the entire training document, and when I was done, my boss walked in at the same time. I was like, oh, how far have you gone? I said, I'm done with the training, sir. He said, oh, really? That's really nice. I was impressed. So I now asked the man, engineer, how far? She got for you, like, what she taught you? Did you get it? He's like, and like, even me, I was teaching and everything. My boss didn't say anything. My boss answered that. I will put the same laptop. I said, okay, this thing, this thing. I said, but that's how she said it. Though. So when he realized that it was the same thing I explained to him, and my boss was so going to teach him all over again, like, I know there's no need again. So I already explained all these things. But if you don't sit at the table, if you are invited to the table, I don't sit there because you like, oh, they'll say I'm a baby, or they'll think I can't do it. You prove that you can do it. I attended a program where a woman was like, because she's an engineer and she became pregnant, married though, and they're like, because you are pregnant, we don't think you'll be due for a promotion. Being a mother will tell you from doing your work, it's going to hamper a lot of things. And she was like, then Lisa, give me that work and see if I'm not doing. And she delivered, and she got a promotion. But if you're not ready to break the stereotype and you're like, oh yes, I mean, what can I actually do? Like the weekend vessels. So yeah, we can't do so much. You stay there, and the ladies that can do so much, do so much. You keep seeing their names, and you'll be asking yourself, what am I doing in my life? What forbid I will fall into depression? But you have to break some stereotypes on your own, ready to do.
Thank you very much, Ma. Thank you very, very much. So now we'll be taking a short break before we continue with our panel session. It's going to be a short game, and everybody's going to be involved. I'm sure we all have our smartphones or a phone, and we are all connected to a mobile data. Because this game is really going to be very nice, and we'll see how well you've been participating from the beginning of the event till now. So I would like to invite our co-host, Miss Obi Makulata, to take the session. Can we clap and for her? Can we welcome?
We have just one session to go and we are done. Thank you for staying to this point. We are really, really, really grateful. Please, if you would want to leave at any point, please just remember that this last session is going to be very interesting and insightful. So don't leave. That's just it. We are here now to play a game to lighten up the atmosphere. And this game will not take so long. You have just 30 seconds to answer the questions that will be asked. Don't worry, you can do it, you can do it, you can do it. Tell yourself I can do it. I can do it. Yeah, you can. Even as we are setting up, I'll send the link to the game on the onboarding page. Who's not on the onboarding page? Who's not on the onboarding page? Oh my God. Just one person. Okay, so okay, the game is over.
I'll send the link to the game now on the onboarding page. Okay, so if you've not gotten your food, please step out and just get it. Don't go out for the second one. Please let everybody get it. Onboarding page, if you are there. You have to be fast. So the link is going up. Are we ready? Are you ready? You don't see the link. I'll not say. Are you ready? Okay. 1, 2. Okay, so register. Put in your username. Use your name. Your name. Don't put bye baby or anything. Just put your name. So have you all put in username? Is that what? If you are using clothes today, wonder. Okay. Who is that already play? Wow. Perfect figure. Let's finish. Wait, is it blocking some people from playing? Yes. Okay. So you people are already playing, right? It's not showing the game yet. Just a bit. Just hold on. You must take out. These books, you must give out this. And I told you we are looking for how to give them out. Has anyone been there today? So we take out the wow. This showing the question. It's showing you the questions already. Wow. Don't worry. The zero will not be allowed. Everybody will play. Wow, someone is done. Wow. No, don't get it. Yes. That's what I'm trying to do.
Okay.
So what do we do? Do we take these first people who have answered as first round and then we go again, everybody after the panel session? Do we do that? Don't worry, you see today. Calm down, calm down. But the people who have played now, if you play now, please can I see your hands up? Ah, wow. And you could not say anything. Like, it's not that some people are not playing. Okay? Okay, so no worry. The people that answered now. So we'll have the leaders from this one, this particular one, and then we'll play again. Everybody will play at that time. Then we'll get another winner. We have lots of, yes, including the other winners. We have lots of books to give out, and I would like to give out. So the next step. So now we're just going to the panelist session.
Are we all done? Okay, while you are with your phones and with the cards, I'd like to call out the panelists so we can all see their faces and direct our questions to them. So I would call, okay, so I'll call the first person, Engineer Adepoju Ayomide. Can we give a round of applause, please? Welcome. I will call on the next person too. Dr. Adeomi. Let's appreciate our come on. All right. The next panelist is Dr. Olatoye Boluwatife. All right, she's on her way. And our wonderful moderator of this session, Miss Patience Adekunle.
Everybody. I trust the people in enjoying some fun. I try to blend one or two things. And now we are in the panel section, and it's just a freestyle section. So you have the opportunity to ask questions, either based on what you heard today or general leadership questions, questions other than concerning leadership for a while. And the panelists here, one way, whether directly or indirectly, had direct or indirect encounters with them. And I must say that they've shown true leadership in all areas. Today, our first speaker mentioned, she stated that leadership is the ability to see what others are not seeing and lead them in that direction. And I've seen this ones do that over and over again. Also, our second keynote speaker mentioned that with growth comes responsibility. I've seen this one take up responsibilities, taking it up on themselves to see that the ones that they are mentoring or the ones that are close to them are also in line with purpose. So I enjoy to ask your questions, ask questions that are bothering you, ask questions that you always wanted to ask questions on anywhere you're not there with. Thank you. So if there's anyone that wants to ask questions, if you can stand up and ask, and you can also write down your questions if you don't want to stand up. So before we start asking our questions, I would love engineer IMD to just give us around 3 to 5 minutes on the speech and leadership. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. It's good to be here. It's a very, very wonderful opportunity for me to connect with you. To see your faces. I don't know if you have to see my face, but not yet. I'm happy to see your faces. And I'm happy that something like this is happening for very young students and young ladies so that we can become better in our various fields of life. In my session that I had over there, we talked about volunteering as the basis of getting into leadership. And like I spoke with my team over there, a lot of people get into volunteering for the very wrong reason. And people get into volunteering just for them to say, I'm a volunteer. Have you volunteered before? Yes. Why did you volunteer? They don't know. What did they volunteer for? They don't know. But they were doing it there, I was there. They did this program there, I was there. They are always there. But what are they doing it for? They have no reason. And to be a true leader, you have to actually lead yourself. You have to be able to do things around you without anyone telling you. And one of the things I mentioned is that to be a good leader, you don't have to do the big things first. Meaning, the small things actually count. For example, when you wake up in the morning, the first thing that comes to their mind when you wake up in the morning is, God, I'm owing this person. No, thank God I'm alive. I'm grateful to be here today. No gratitude of any sort. The first thing that just comes to their mind is that assignment from the wicked lecturer. How will I go and do this exam? Some people are just like that. They just wake up and the first thing they are doing is worry. Is the problem that life is throwing at them. Leadership has to start from something small, from you. You have to be grateful for the little things that you have, your health, your family, anything that you have that you consider as little, something to be grateful for. That's one. So people that, like for instance, let me give the example we usually give to students when we go to school to carry out leadership session with them. And if you've ever been to a public secondary school before, when they are done for the day, the class is always something else. Like chairs can be upside down, tables are like it's always rough. But by the next morning, before everybody is back in class, the class is always arranged. It's not the teachers that arrange the class, not necessarily class captain, but there's always one or two people. They're just in their own position, just be comfortable.
come early to school, arrange the class for their classmates. They think they're just doing something that is normal. It is a sign of leadership. So leadership comes in various forms and it applies to various areas. But the easiest way to learn how to become a true and good leader, in my own opinion, is volunteering. It's one of the easiest ways. We have reading books about leadership. We have personal development and also different things for you to become a better leader. Because you can be a leader in different things. You can be a leader in food industry. You can be a leader somewhere else. So leadership does not have to be people that are following me, like you've already learned today. But volunteering is something that's very dear to my heart, and I would pitch it to anyone that is doing something, which is why I'm also emphasizing it today. But before you just jump into volunteering, because I immediately said to volunteer at that program, so they come to India or with some papers or something, and they say, want to go and do social and social, you don't know what it's about. Okay, I'll volunteer, I'm ready to volunteer. Before you volunteer for anything or for any cause, you have to know what the values that they hold in that organization. Their values have to resonate with your personal and spiritual values before you jump on anything. And volunteering is beautiful in the sense that you learn some skills that you naturally not have, or you naturally not think that you can be. For instance, I gave an example that I volunteer a lot for different organizations, and through volunteering, I have subconsciously and consciously learned how to work with a team. I've led various teams, both at work and in school, in various capacities. But it didn't just come to me. I shared with them that I had self-esteem issues when I was in secondary school and secondary school till I had my own self-awakening. But in the end, through volunteering, I was able to gain so much knowledge that I didn't even know I had in me till I started working. And it started coming out to play. You know, when you're volunteering and you're in a team, and you're probably the team lead. For instance, now, I was the team lead for public relations. I did not study public relations, I'm an engineer. But I'm in charge of media, public relations, handling some volunteers, welfare, some things like that. And I have to submit reports, I have to check on my team members. It was a lot of work for me. But I did it with joy because it was something I was passionate about. And that was not even the core of the volunteering experience I was doing, was to reach out to students. So that was just a byproduct of it. But I didn't know I was learning something that would later work for me later. And when I got a job, I was just doing my reports easily. They'll say submit reports. I've already submitted it on time. They'll say do this. It just came to me easily because I had learned some things over the course of the years by volunteering, teamwork, you know, being empathetic, integrity, honesty. You know, you learn a lot of things before you can be called a leader. For someone to look at you and say, "Oh, you're a leader," you have to show some characters, like some characteristics have to like, show up for you. But you have to learn it through some things, either by reading, self-development, volunteering, and lots of other things. But if you start talking about everything today, we'll not leave this place. So let me just cut it short from here.
Wow, thank you very much, Ma. That was very, very good. So, why are you volunteering? Are you volunteering because you're passionate about it, or you just want to feel your CV? So, do we have any question in line with the speech? Does anyone have any question? No. Any question? Any question? Okay, let's move on to our next panelist, last Dr. Wu.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. I believe we are having a very nice one. I know our keynote speakers are really at this level about leadership. And also, one thing I would like to emphasize is the fact that leadership is service. And also the fact that you have to lead, there's no way, like you said in self leadership, there's no way you can lead others if you have not learned to lead yourself personally. Then leadership, for adventure, like we have also learned that, okay, you can't. Leadership is influencing others and no service. So, by virtue that you are privileged to have people like that under you, that you're like a leader, like you're leading them. Leadership is service. It's not just like, okay, I have the power, I have the authority. You are there to serve. And in service, you are also learning from them the way they are also learning from you. So you have to have that at the back of your mind. Not that when you not get it, like, I'm the head here. There's no head anyway. you are all learning, and it's a service, is a service of sacrifice. You sacrifice your time, you sacrifice your energy, you sacrifice a lot of things, and you still serve with joy because you know that okay, you know the impact of these things in life. That's just like a short chat I would like to add because I believe I've learned a lot of things today. But just want to.
Thank you very much, Ma. Thank you very much. I've learned that leadership is actually being an example. Being an example. So, is there any question? That line? No question. I believe we are jotting our questions. We don't want to unleash them now. Okay, moving on to our next panelist. That's Dr. Oluwatipe.
Okay, I think I'm just checking through the questions that people filled for on the Google form. I can see a lot of people asking about networking. I can see a lot of imposter syndrome, self-doubt, like so many things. And I know that quite a number of people might not want to say this like outside, or might not want to ask anything on that. But I just like that even maybe the four of us just address these things like networking now. I know that's one question in the heart of many young people. How do I meet others? Interestingly, today when Miss Temilade finished her session and she was leaving and she wanted to greet you, you asked for her contact. And that's how you meet people. You don't just you don't just meet people and not relate to them. I'm sure that some of us have met new people today, and some of us might not be so bold to walk up to them or ask them questions, meet them, ask them their name. I think I've asked for almost everyone's name here, apart from a few people. But that's how networking starts. And I would just like us to really speak to that. Like, how have you met? Sorry, I'm taking over the station. Yeah. But I want us to answer the questions on people's hearts. Like, how did you maybe you went somewhere and you met someone new? How did you relate to that person? How have you met someone? How have you built your networking skills? Or you can just give us practical steps. Like someone that is in this summit now and is very shy and doesn't even know how to meet anybody new. Can you just tell us?
Okay, so I've had to learn hard way to network. I like being sincere with myself because what's the point of lying to your own self? You can lie to the whole world, but what's the point of lying to yourself? You're not going to grow. So I would say I'm an ambivert, someone that can be extroverted and someone that can be very, very introverted. Depends on the mood or the vibe or whatever. So as an ambivert, sometimes you're willing to talk to people, get their numbers, oh, what do? You want to learn about them and you want to just connect with them. And there are sometimes that you don't even care. I'm not even in the mood. Like it can come at any time. But one thing I've learned is your net worth, like how much you are worth, is based on your network. If your network is poor, your network is poor. That's the summary. If I saw a clip from Apostle Selman's video where he said, if you are in a midst of people and you say the 5 people around you are full, you say you did not count right, you're actually 6, which means you are part of them. It is your network. So you've already formed your network. So to network, there for someone that feels like, oh, I don't like talk. What if they say no? What if they do this? What if they do that? What I've learned to do is you have to sit down, strategically think, what do I want? What am I interested in? Who am I interested in learning from? What do I want to gain from so and so person? If I meet this person, for instance, now I don't know if a lot of you know DDK. If, for instance, you meet DDK today, you go and talk to her, or be the first thing that you will do, I want to take a picture with you. You need to learn something, and you have to do that on your own. But to be able to network, it is something that you have to teach yourself, even if it's hard. You have to teach yourself. The person that I collected a contact from today, how did I collect it? I just said, please, before you go, I might want to fight with somebody next time, and I will need a lawyer. Give me your number. And I got that number. It can be as easy as that. It might be somebody that you really admire from afar, and
you're like, oh, this person, you're maybe starstruck, and hey, if I talk to this person now, won't they be thinking? But if you're shaky, do like one of those fans, they take a picture with you, and that's it. It's not leave any lasting impression. For instance, I saw a video of one of my friends. She's a TikTok influencer, and she got invited to a Netflix event, I think last week. And she was there. And at the end of the video, I just saw that she just went there. She does the videos of the food, videos of herself dancing. And I was like, oh, probably it's not a very big Netflix event. But in my mind, I'm like, Netflix, they don't do all these small events. Like, how would you go for a Netflix event? And I just even there the same way again. Then later, I started seeing videos of people that went to the event. Macaroni was there. Almost all the elite actors, they were there. So you just went there, left, and these people can take up your career, change things in your life. But probably because what if they say no? What if they think I'm trying to farm them? See, if you have to farm, ask God for the wisdom of the farming that you do, and go and farm it. It's not hard. See, there are some things that you have to do. You have to push away something. You have to break your own limits. You might not like to go, but if it's for your growth, you need to leave your comfort zone and get it done.
And also, I would like to add that it's a deliberate effort. It's just the same way I'm maintaining relationship. It takes a deliberate effort. You don't have to like overcome that. I don't even care whatever. Maybe I'll get rejected. Just try. You can never know until you try. That's just it.
Thank you so much. Okay, I would just like to speak to that. I just remembered something that happened to me. One time I traveled to Abuja, and I was meant to leave on that day. I was meant to leave the place that day, but something delayed me. Apparently, the person I stayed with had traveled on that same day. But a few days before, they had sent message to me that I had an evangelism to do here in Ibadan and all. It was a group of us that were doing a course, so there was the part of evangelism there. So I just sent message to the director that please, I'm currently not in Ibadan. Please, can I participate in one in Abuja? She said yes. So I went. Then I wore a t-shirt that had inscription on it. One fintech app. So it had inscription on it. And immediately the other participants came, one lady specifically, she just said, oh, you're wearing a great t-shirt. I said yes. Do you work in grey? I said no, I just got the shirt. Then that was the point of networking. Like that was what first of all started it. And we kept on talking, went for the evangelism, said bye. I didn't know I was going to come back. Apparently, it now looked as if I was stranded there. So I just called her, asked, please, do you know any hotel nearby that is not too expensive for me to just stay over? And she said, why do you want to stay in hotel? I have a free space. And that was how I stayed in her place for a week. I didn't even know I was going to spend that long. And she kept on feeding me, oh, calm down, I'll get everything for you. And I was worried that what if first I didn't go, what if I didn't go for the evangelism? Secondly, what if I didn't wear that shirt? Because that was the point. And so there's this friend of mine that used to tell me that you have to, as a leader, she usually says that you have to have eyes for details. Also, that also can help you network people, because I wonder if she saw, honestly, the logo of that thing is very small, just around here. And she saw it and she spoke to me. Assuming it was from my inside. I'm so sorry. I don't know. So assuming I was the one, so I could have done that. I'm just using it as an example of how you can meet people. So you can pick on your interest in them. Maybe the person is interested in reading, like my sister that said she's interested in reading over a movie. And I even tried asking her question, is it because she doesn't love words? Or does she prefer reading books that have movie to like a book that has a movie? Which one does she prefer? That was how we kept on talking. And yeah, that's the point of networking. So you have to actually have a height for detail to when you're networking. You have to know what people are interested in, especially when you get opportunities to meet maybe the people that I have always wanted to meet.
Another thing I would say through that is preparation. Yeah, if you are not prepared, that networking event might not work. Yeah, we can move on, right? Can I continue? Okay. Maybe we just take two more and thank God Pastor Ayo is here. Please everybody let me celebrate Pastor Ayo. So I have a lot of questions. Some people saying male dominance. Like what's the issue women face in leadership? Male dominance, gender inequality, many of those. And we like it to, of course, with that once we are done with this session. But I want us to speak to character and leadership because I can see that also here. Maybe we just need to 2 minutes. Character and confidence. I can see a lot of people also say imposter syndrome, low self-esteem, and all. Because these are limiting mindsets that will not let you step out of your comfort zone because you are shy. I was always saying that. I'm going to say okay, but really, um, imposter syndrome, limiting mindset, low self-esteem. Yeah. So I'd like us to speak to you. Has there been any point, patients I would like to respond to, like that you have dealt with low self-esteem? Okay, maybe you take on low self-esteem. We will take on character and leadership because character too is key. I saw someone saying that she has problem with being patient. I'm serious. People wrote out their art here because they didn't have to write like put personal details. So I saw someone writing about how she doesn't have patience, like that's her own problem. Someone saying that she's not authentic enough, originality. So there are a lot of things. So you speak to that, then you also speak to imposter syndrome.
Thank you very much. So I'd like to start with the story of myself. So when I was in secondary school, I used to have pimples all over my face. Like I had a lot of it. In fact, when they graduated, they gave me the award of no space. And when you have this in the space, that kind of thing. So I had that low self-esteem issue because I always felt like with all these things on my face, how would I go out and stand? I was made the chapel prefect when I was in school, and it's really the low self-esteem affected me for I think the first 10. And it was then we went for a program, I think in church. Then the preacher spoke about something. At the end, the person said that just stand in front of the mirror and look at yourself. Just admire yourself for you. The person spoke about self-love. Just admire yourself. As long as I'm looking okay to me, as long as I'm looking okay for me. That's what God has written about me. Nobody, God created me. He said He has created us beautifully and wonderfully made. So nobody can condemn me. And when I started speaking to myself, face the mirror, speak to myself, this taking does not define me. It's my value that people when if you see should I call them or leaders out there now. So people really talk about their appearance, but the value they give. So I think overcoming your self-esteem starts from giving value, overlooking the that limiting factor that you think you have, and start thinking value. When you start thinking value, you overcome the low self-esteem. I'll be able to.
Yeah, thank you very much. Character. Personally, I think that we are believers, like believers, so that you have fruit of the spirit. So everybody is supposed to work like in tandem with the Holy Spirit to work on yourself. Do you understand? Then also character is very important because, like we have said, you have to be a better version of yourself before you can influence others. You have to be like, no, you can't. For example, like someone that said, okay, we have anger issues. I know this is something that is very, very common. It's very common. But you have to work on yourself to overcome that anger because if people just come in contact with you, you can just start transferring aggression. people like very innocent people can just come across to you and you just start like transferring aggression to them. They did not do anything, but they are just the one at the receiving and they are wondering, what have I done wrong to deserve all these things? Everybody is a work in progress. So I think that for someone that has character issues, you can just try, you work on yourself. Okay, like, and also when people talk to you that okay, you did this thing, you are doing this thing, this thing is not right. People can just look up to you and tell you that okay, this thing you are doing is not right. Try to make effort. Don't just say that that's who I am, that's who I am. That's why you have to be very flexible and you have to adjust. So when people talk to you, be like, okay, that means I have to work on myself. You have to be humble enough to work on yourself so that you can adjust in those areas. To be and the final thing we want to achieve is for us to be better person before you can influence your world, before you can influence people in your circle. You have to be a better version of yourself. So if people are walking up to you and telling you that okay, you have to work on this particular character, then be humble enough. It takes humility actually. You have to be humble enough to say that okay, accept that okay, it is actually true. What these people are saying is not a lie. Then you be humble enough to learn. Okay, how can I make myself a better version of myself? Then you try to work and improve yourself. So it is actually very important for us to work on our characters, even as ladies. Even as this is very, very important. Now let us say that leave the leadership aspect. Even as ladies, you have to work on because you are going to meet a lot of people, you are going to face a lot of things. So you have to work on your character. You have to work on your character. Know that you don't just trivialize people, you don't just do anything anyhow because you just want to do things anyhow. No, your character is actually because you can just meet people. This word is actually a very small word. You can just meet people you can just meet people now. Maybe you behave to them in a very wrong. I think there was this story of maybe someone that you met someone like someone went for I think was it a job interview or something. So he met the person, he didn't even know the person was going to be the person that will interview him. They just spoke to the person anyhow, had a very behaved very rude to the person. And when he got to the room was to be interviewed, realized that okay, this person has spoke too rudely. Is even the MD of this particular company. You can imagine that. You can imagine that. So if you can even say that this person can't even get the job, how will you get the job? So you have to work on your character. Don't just realize people, don't just look down on people anyhow. Your character is very, very important. It's very important. I pray that God will help us to work on ourselves and become better versions of ourselves in the
Imposter syndrome and confidence. Like I said earlier, I mentioned that I've dealt with low self-esteem before, and it's a very pretty bad place to be. It's not a good space to be in. But I'm grateful to God, and I'm grateful for self-awakening. I'm grateful for my family and my support system. Now, that being said, imposter syndrome is real. Everybody here does not have it all together. As I'm seated here, I don't have it all together. We're all working based on what we can see, what God has helped us to see, and what we believe is the right thing for us now. So I work in Lagos, and like I said, excellence will make the path for you. But if you are not prepared, if big things come your way and opportunities come your way, and you feel like no, I'm not good enough, you'll miss it, and you might never get it again. So something like that happened to me, and my boss, he has taken a very wonderful interest in me, probably because I'm a lady in engineering and he sees that I'm very committed to my work. Then one day just told me, okay, green buildings, are you interested in that? I'm like, oh yeah, oh yes. I was not even very serious about it. I said, I'll pay for a course for you, do it. And I'm like, this man does not pay for courses for people in this office. Manager, I do not pay for course. This one is not pay for course. It is me who wants to pay for course for. I said, okay. He paid for the course. I took the course, I wrote the exam, I passed, and I sent in my results. I was like, and I did not expect anything less from me before. Let this man see this confidence that is put inside me that is saying you don't expect anything less. But I was just like, it's just a one-time thing. Then there's this very popular exam for people that are in the energy space, energy efficiency space, and it is over $2,000 to write the exam. To be sincere, I dream big, but sometimes you cut down your own dream by yourself. So in my own dreaming big, it was not even in the next 5 years I'll write that exam because I'm like, I'm still a baby in this field. I have to learn more, become somebody, have this knowledge and everything before I can even say I want to go and write the exam. And the manager in the company at that time, my boss had already told him that is going to write the exam. Will pay for the exam. Like, there's a company that will pay for the exam. Will just help him slot his name in. Blah blah blah. And I was rooting for the guy. That's one thing. Be happy for people. Cry with people. Be happy for people. So I was rooting for that. I said, my manager, you passed the exam. You do this, you do that. Not even thinking about myself. Then one morning, I just got a call from my boss and said, I'm going to go and write clinical exam. In my head, like, I was just angry. I was like, why would I go and write kind of exam? What do I know? Like, there's still that part that I feel like I've not learned enough. I'm not, am I this person? It's somebody that is like this. I should be able to do something like this. But in all of that battle was just going on inside. I did not tell my organ, no, I agreed. I went for the training. It was a week training and write the exam. I went for class from Monday to Friday and I wrote the exam the next morning. As I was preparing to go and write the exam, everybody was asking me, "Oh, how are you preparing? I hope you're good." I'm like, "Yeah, that's good." But inside, it was not good though. I had done back-to-back CDB, back-to-back bidding and everything. To now make things worse, the manager that was supposed to write the exam, they cancelled his exam. They scheduled him for another month, so he had beef with me. Probably he feels like I went to go and meet Oga at the back and tell him something. I don't know. But I had beef with me all of a sudden. So I was dealing with that at work and dealing with like my own personal. Am I supposed to write this exam before the manager? Is it my turn? Like, if you call there can be that, but that was inside. Like I said, it was inside. It did not get out. I didn't project that out. And I wrote the exam. I got grace. I finished very well. I got a very wonderful score. My boss was so happy. He announced to everybody that was really to hear. I did wrote this exam. She passed. Everybody was messaging me. How did you do the exam? How did you do it? Inside me, I was happy. I was celebrating. But in my mind, I'm like, oh my God, exam here to go. And it took a while for me to like assume and take that space. Imposter syndrome is real, but when you are given opportunity, don't say no. Hold this like this. When you are doubting it, I still hold it like this. Be learning how to do that thing that is that I say you should come and do. Don't throw away opportunity because you feel like you're not enough. I'm supposed to be in that space now. It's not yet your turn. What people think? They'll think I'm a small girl. I'm a small girl, small girl with big God. So I use the opportunities that I get to, do what is available for me. If I get the opportunity, I take it, I do it, even though I feel like I'm not yet in that space to do it. I did, and when I'm done, and I'll see why God wanted me to do it in the first place. And things start to like play out. Confidence, don't play with your confidence. I've entered rooms that in my dreams when I was finishing from UI, I would never think that I would be there because I'm like, it will take like 15 years like of consistent working and maybe promotions to get there. But grace has opened doors for me, and confidence has helped me to sit in those rooms. So you have to build your confidence. And even when imposter syndrome is disturbing you, don't project it. Fight that battle from inside and don't waste your opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I know that it's possible to win even these battles because everyone has faced this thing once in a while. But some people still keep going on and they overcome, right? Like you see them winning, you see them going all out. They might have the fears, so I still believe that all these big people they still have small fears, but they look at the testimony of the past, like that's an assurance for them. And they're like, if I do this, I can do this, I can take that global space, I can take the words, I can do what God asked me to do. In fact, God is not even dreaming small for you, it's dreaming big, so it's really possible. And one of the stepping stones to get in there, there are a lot of stepping stones. It's what Dr. Omi said on excellent character and leadership. Yes, its character is very, very important. In fact, you think that it's just in this climb or it's just in this terrain, and that maybe white people they don't care. Like I can just, in fact, I can call them their name, but they understand because we are all human beings, right? And they understand when you are being that good person and you have been otherwise. Okay, so I think we've come to the end of this session. But please, let me celebrate Pastor Ayomide. Because for me, Pastor has been a huge support when I don't know that conference. It was just like, yes, anything that will increase knowledge of people, anything that will encourage reading, leadership. We've been speaking about all this one year, and I know that Pastor embodies so much knowledge and wisdom. And so I would just like you to touch on that aspect of male dominance. Yes. Thank you, sir. Yeah, yes, thank you. And just generally practice up for us leadership. That okay, yes, I saw a lot of questions on male dominance, gender equality, mental. That's the reason why they don't. And I just want you to start to just speak a little bit on that. Just like summarize.
Good afternoon. My brother is there, so I've always loved to help the coming generation because I was helped. And so, like a project I was seeing planned around this is fund it forward. And so I'm not actually doing Dr. Bulu any favor. I'm only paying my debts forward. I remember when I held this kind of my inaugural meeting like this in 2006. The food that I was going to serve people was cooked by my father and my mom. And they brought the food, the two of them brought the food to the venue, and and I remember my father said, make sure you cook it for others too. And so coming from that kind of background, it should be an eternal debt to owe and not pay it before you die. And so I'm always very encouraged when I see young people who are deliberate about pressing into the future. Because the truth is, I'm a Christian priest, so pardon my manners. I have no better understanding of any other thing than the Christian faith. So Paul said something. He said, I press towards the mark. You see, you cannot lead without pressing. And if you are not known to prayer, you will not be, you'll be strange to purpose. And if you are strange to purpose, you will not be familiar with peace. Because the only place God preserves your peace is in fulfilling his purpose. And that's all leadership is all about. You cannot lead in a vacuum. If you are leading, if you want to be a leader, you are saying, I want to be an example. That is the essence of leadership. I want to be an example. So if you are leading and if you are copying, you say, when we did maths in those days, if you are going to solve maths question, they will first solve an example. And most times they will now say, follow the above examples and solve. Okay, my teacher is an engineer, so she's very familiar with that. I wasn't very good in maths. Let me confess up front. And so if you don't understand the example, your exercise will be difficult. And so if there is a reason God is raising leaders and why God wants you to be a leader is because God wants some people's exercises to be easy. And if you are not making somebody's exercises easy, you are not a leader. You are not an example. Because if once you are not an example to be copied for better exercise, you are not leading. So every example consists of principles that whatever the following questions, it has encompassed the necessary principle that once you solve the example and you understand the example, whatever question they give you, you can always solve them. And so if there is anything I'm going to use as a summary, of what it means to be a leader is for you to come to a point in life where you are an example, a good example, where if anybody follows you, they will not regret it. If anybody follows you academically, they will not regret it. If anybody follows you in relationship, your principles, the things that guide you in relationship, they will not regret it. If anybody follows the way you spend money, they will not regret their lives. If everybody follows you the way you eat, they will not regret their lives. If everybody follows you the way you sleep, they will not regret their lives. If everybody follows you the way you think, they will not regret them. Until you become an example, you are not leading. And if you are leading, you're going to be a bad leader. So strive every time to be a good example. And that doesn't have to be positional. That leadership is actually more relational than positional. It is when you relate with other people and you serve as an example, you can lead from behind. You can lead from behind. There's what they call 360-degree leader. That is a man that is actually a good leader. That is actually the example of a great leader. Because a 360-degree leader is not a person that lives linearly. It's a person that lives circularly. It's a cyclic leader. What does that mean? Every point around him, if you are above him, you can learn from him. If you are beside him, you can learn from him. If you are beneath him, you can learn from him. He's a 360-degree leader, and he's round. He's round. He's intellectually competent. He's spiritually deep. He's emotionally sound. He's physically good. Those intelligences of a leader is what makes them good example. So, if you are not serving as example, if you are not helping other people to solve the exercise, now if I become your friend and I have problem and I copy the way you pray, for instance, I should get better. Or if I have difficulty in a particular thing and I become your friend, I should be able to glean principles from your life that's going to make me get better in that area. That's leadership. Now, let me speak about the person, because that will help to talk about the male dominance in the market space. It's first cultural. It's first cultural. And you see, culture is a way of life, of people, that is preserved over time. So culture, if you remember agriculture, you will understand what culture looks like. Agriculture is like cultivating things. It's preserving certain things for the purpose of growth. And so when an idea is cultured, it is preserved by lifestyles. So it becomes productive. And everybody that is raised in that culture, we find it difficult to break away because they are stereotyped to work in that way. So what do you do as a leader? One of the things you do in culturing is to unlearn a culture that is defective. And every great, maybe I should borrow, correct me if I'm wrong, my sister. I know that there is what they call, one of the things they use in engineering, one of the words they use is systems. And the efficiency of a system, I think they call it mechanical advantage or something like that. That is the ratio between what is put inside and what is coming out. So with little effort, you must have an amplified results. Otherwise, that system is defective. Now, what shows that you have a wrong culture is that as you put in effort to do things, your outcome is not commensurate to your input. And that means that you are in a very wrong system. You are wrongly cultured. So how do you do that? You unlearn that culture. You unscrew it. One of the things they do in system, when the system is faulty, an engineering system is faulty, is that you have to be able to remove the panel and investigate the faults and then fix it before you. So you are unscrewing something. There are things that have been screwed into our mentality. That one of the ways you break through those cultures is to unscrew those things from your head. Number one, you are not less intelligent. In fact, science, well, pardon me, I'm not a scientist. I was a scientist before I divorced science. I've left them for good. I learned that women think from both sides of the brain. Dr. Waboni, please help me when I'm wrong. So I understand that the reason why a woman can be multitasking is because they think from both sides of the brain, from both hemispheres. So she can be thinking about her husband now, be thinking about cooking now, thinking about everything. But a man thinks from one side of the head. If he's working, he's working. If he's praying, a woman can be praying and still be cooking. I don't know how to do it. And that means that you are more intelligent, even in the real sense, in the biological sense of it. That capacity to be able to focus on many things at the same time and be multitasking and be ambidextrous and be able to handle many things at the same time. That is strength. Well, you see, no man is made until his mind cannot work. It's the lameness of the mind that amputates men. And so you have to be able to unscrew it and say, no, whatever we have been cultured, that is not the definition of my reality. I have to unlearn it. No man dominates. My sister that just left here, Timlade, I wish he said, but let me gossip. One day she had a case. We had a case in court, and she was to face a senior counsel with one of these law enforcement agencies. This man is about 18 years as senior. 18 years. He's been in the bar about 18 years before she was caught. And so when it was time, he came with all the strength of seniority and masculinity and, wanted to press her down and, come heavy on her and all that. But you see, there's another Yoruba pardon that says, do you understand that? Sorry, you went to Epuapo. I went to Ada. Now, so this man came and he said, are you the one representing his brother? I said, yes, please. Okay. And then this man came up and then started in gibberish, saying all manner of. And then David stood up and began to decimate every submission and perforated all his submissions and tore him in pieces. My Lord had to ask, where did you finish from? How many years are you at the bar? So I'm going to watch your growth in the bar. I'm interested in you. He became afraid of her. He said it's always that our principal used to just send her to come under his leg so that he can talk to her. And because she's sound, she's confident, she took on the giants. That case is, we are waiting for the judgment, but we are sure of better things. Because she did justice. So, see, this thing has nothing to do with your gender. I've worked with women who are very sound, who are very confident. I like the word confidence that we have emphasized. Who are very sound, who are very confident. You see, but you don't plot this thing because you're a woman or because you're a man. When the man came with all the energy of a man, he was flawed. Three things will build your capacity as a person, not because you're a woman or because you're a man. Number one, you must be content driven. When we bought 7-Up in those days, they were right there, liquid content only. Nobody buys the bottle. They buy the content. Be a content person. You see, a lot of flowers will fade. A lot of grass will wither. But if you're a content word person, content is what will make you consistent. That has nothing to do with your gender, my sister. Be a content-driven person. A content-driven person. Everywhere you are. See, when I walked in and I saw the beautiful thoughts that everybody, this is a web. I like the color. I just love the way everybody looks, well prepared for me. So I came in and I began to scan through the faces and I wanted to hear what happened. And when I saw what was coming out, I said, hey! You see, I don't want to organize sisters meeting, ladies meeting, just because we want to feel funky, want to feel flowery, want to say things that we don't see that will not take you far. See, fun is not what makes men go far. You must understand that it is content that answers to the future. So when I heard things that were strange, I said, I had to ask my sister to let me see what she talked about. I asked for a note. I'm a very curious person. When I saw a note, I said, it's easy to organize sisters and then you talk about it's okay, you have to bake cake, but if you bake cake, I don't bake your future, it will not be good. Learn capacity. Learn capacity. Learn content, how to have content inside of you. We can come here together and then begin to talk about how to do makeup, how to bond, how to dress well, how to combine colors. That's okay, but you see, it's not color they use to buy job. You must have a content. Be a content-driven person. Anywhere you are, go for content. The content. What are you gaining? What are you getting? If you're in a relationship and you're discussing with somebody, the content. What is the purpose of the discussion? How can you sit in front of TV for 2 hours, 3 hours watching things that will not add to your future? How? I don't know how people do it. You sit for 3 hours just to cry. And then after all the whatever they show, oh my God, then what? Is it your tear you're going to put in your papers when you want to pitch your business proposal? Do you know what they call titles? If you want to pitch your business proposal to titles, you don't cry there. Emotions don't move people there. It is called a cold room. Somebody tries a business because they can cry. And please go for content. Subscribe for Netflix. Say, I finished exam. Let me go and enjoy. Then you charge your phone or your laptop 100% that can last for 8 hours, and you booked 8 hours to watch it. Excuse me, you're not going to be an actor in this place called life. You must be a participant, a real life participant. And when your film is ended, that's when your reality will be. I'm not saying you should not be watching movies. Watching movies about how somebody flew from the village and came down to the city, and then their wings now started blowing, and then you now see one dramatic personnel cutting out of the wall, and then when they are coming out, you're now hearing jujum, 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 and then your own people that are all your deadlocks are now standing, and then that's not your reality. When your reality hits, you will discover that life is rude. This life is very rude. So be a content person. The second thing I would have loved to talk about that will give you courage anywhere you stand, even if you're a lady or you're a man, is what my sisters have talked about. Character. Character. That's what preserves men. If you have by chance, get up. If content shoots you up, it is character that will keep you there. So I've seen a lot of potentials. I've seen a lot of people who have good content, who know stuff, but they don't have good character. They don't have what calls the fruit of the spirit. They don't have good character. If you don't have good character, see in this, my people were talking about networking. You see, the only thing, nobody stays with the mess. No matter your capacity to network, who are you networking with? People like to stay with good characters. People who have good character, people who have good manners. That's the being of deceit. Evil communication corrupts good manners. Good character, good character. Some of us don't know how to smile, except we have a lot. That's terrible. The only thing that is the only time you feel happy is when you have alerts. I mean, that's you can't control who you network with. You will be more of a liability than an asset. Have good character. Be the lights in a room that is dark. Anywhere you walk into a place, be the lights there. Walk into places with a level head. Walk into a place with, not because you want to show everybody you are there, but because you just want to help. That's your disposition to life. You walk into a place because you are well intended. Character. And I'm begging you, my sisters. I'm begging you, my sisters. There are so many doors that only character opens it. You want to go into business? It's character. And when you have bad people who are on the street of Lagos, how many briefs do you think you can have as a lawyer because because you're a good lawyer? It's not because you know something of it. It's because the relationship. Many people are not looking for good lawyers. They are looking for great lawyers. And it is what you have in your mind that makes you a good lawyer, or what you have in your character that will be a great lawyer. Because the problem they want to solve is not always legal. Sometimes what they want to see, as a lawyer, we sit with people with spiritual problems. Spiritual problems. I mean, husband and wife will come and they will be having problems, they want to divorce, and the two of them will come to the same time, and they will come in a co. Wear uniform to your company, and they want you as a person to divorce them. And then you look at them, and then you have to put up, and then before you know it, you discover they are bringing all their properties, all their documents to you to come and keep for them. And then the wife will say, okay, this is what you do, sir. You open an account for us in your name. We'll be transferred, and anybody who wants to collect money will come to you first. And then all their lives, they are putting it in your care. That's not because you're a good lawyer, not because you have first class in law school. It's because you have good character. They can trust that if they keep their lives in your hands, it will not be spent. Some of you, mommy will send you on errand to go and buy something. You will do as if there is no change. Mommy remembers, so this you don't know. Mommy remembers, so she's just looking at you. Develop good character. When you work, there's what they call team spirit. When you are working in a team, we are not looking for who did it. We are looking for we did it. It's a character of a networker. It's a we person, not a high person. Not an high person. Develop good character. Be humble. Be humble. Don't come into a place and fly your color. You will so fade. You will so fade. Because there are bleaches outside there that bleaches colors. There are eyeballs out there. Whatever you dip into it, it will bleach it all. They are called the realities of life. If you dip your colors in there and you are not authentic, it will fade off. So build a good character, humility. Walk into a place humbly. Walk into a place, connect with your friends. Some of you have friends who are very good, but because they don't have the kind of money you have now, or because it's been long, because you are in UI and they are still looking for admission, you don't pick their course again. My dear, when you're on your way up, remember to keep friends down. Because in case you forgot something downstairs, they are the one that will bring it up for you. Always be humble. God himself resists the proud, but he gives grace to the lowly, to the humble. Be character. And then if you have the content and you have the character, then you have the courage. Like my sister was saying, walk into a place afraid but confidence. Life sometimes can be very, very scary and stare at you with everything. Every time I need to go to a place to go and teach anything or appear anywhere for clients, it's always this. Somebody gave me a brief one day, and a very fat brief, and I felt, can I do this? You know what I did? Immediately the person paid me. I want to buy books worth 70-something thousand naira because I needed content. And I read, I finished everything. And because I thought that the other person on the other side was going to be one very strong, was going to give me a very strong opposition. Immediately I fight. They called me and said, I shall settle matter. But when they saw what we fight, I bought books worth over 75,000. Immediately the person came. And I read and I I tightened every corner. And I filed a 24-page process. It was the courage to take on that lawyer. So it's notable for, there are lawyers that are like that. And I was expecting a tough decision. I took up the courage because you can't be courageous without content and without character. If you are courageous, it is no rock and it will fall flat. So build up your courage, not because you are a woman or because you are a man. Build your courage based on content, based on character. And when you walk into a place, walk confidently. Don't let anybody. I want to beg you, sisters, don't let anybody intimidate you. You are not inferior, whether by making or by process. Your source is God. I went to buy a product for my wife one day, and the person kept telling me, and the person, sir, this is Turkish, this is not China. I said, what's the difference? He said, quality in Kotobatiwala to Turkey. It's always quality. I said, really? And that struck me hard. If you came from God, you are an authentic and original. You can't be inferior with God. And it is that confidence. Anytime wear your brand made by God for men. Wherever you go, if you are made by God, you can survive any intimidation. The Lord will help you. Amen. So if we scare you as men, it's just both face. What will make you effective is your content, your character, and your courage. Dr. Bulu, God bless you.
Can someone say wow?
Wow.
Had such robust sessions today. Do I have tickets?
Yes.
Okay.
Honestly, while I was at the back listening to Pastor speak, I was just writing as much as I could. Honestly, I was just writing because it was really giving awesome words, phrases, but they were hot. They were very hot, and I'm sure you guys were writing too. Awesome, awesome. It was really, really wonderful. Really wonderful. Yes, yes.
Wow. So much. We've said a whole lot of things. But let's start wrapping it up with our tagline.
Yeah.
SLS 2023.
Growth, excellence, and leadership.
Yes. Thank you so much. Okay, so we're going to be awarding some of people that answered questions, came out, were confident. We're going to give them some books. So we're going to be calling you out.
All right. So during the breakout session, like after, and we were getting feedback from the breakout session, this set of people were very confident to speak out and to say what they will do after this breakout session. So as I call your name, please come out and let us all give them a round of applause. It takes courage, like Pastor said, to come out. So the first person is Titi Layo. Is she still around? All right, the second person is Ibukun. Miss Ibukun. The next person is Miss Glory. Please come out, please come out. The next person is Miss Oyilola. Okay, and the last person is Oluwatosin. Miss Oluwatosin. Thank you very much. Wow, where are the rest? Okay, well, they didn't wait for their gifts. Okay.
So that's a way of trying to down for you. But that's just the whole.
Let's give a round of applause, please.
So how do we share the minutes? Okay. Okay, tell me what we are doing. She will not allow me to just anyhow. Okay, so people that want, the people that won the online game before the event, what are their names? Blessing Ogunsoya, Princess Celebrator, and Desmond Deli. Which Desmond Deli? He's not around. Okay. First up, please, sir. What? Okay, because we just round up. She does have one more thing to say I had done. But before that, we're just going to end the session like this summit like this without having a form of follow-up, mentorship, access to some of our speakers. Like when we had the soul healing class, it was so deep that we could not end. And I already begged motivate that by we going to have a virtual session. So if you are interested in mentorship, we're going to be continuing for at least 3 months, for at most not at most 3 months, and it's going to be a very flexible thing, just virtually. So I'm going to be passing this form around for anyone that is interested, and you can just fill in it. I will contact you. Thank you. Okay, so I think those who played the last game, we'll just be calling out those who got like the questions right. Let me see how many books we have. Then okay, so I'll call 5 names from here. If you've gotten a book before, don't come out. So I'll call 5 names from here, and then we'll play a last one. But it's just going to be very fast. 20 seconds to answer the questions, just 5 questions. And those who get the book, please don't play again. Thank you. So the first person is Vivian. Is Vivian around?
Let's give her a round of applause, please. Olamide. Okay. CY. Okay. 3, right? Okay. Adedi F.
Glory Victoria. The perfect one, thank God. Deborah Ogunwuchi. Blessing O. You got already. Okay. Stephanie. Stephanie is the last person for this week. So I'll drop a link now, and it's just 5 questions. Last chance. Are you ready? Are you ready? And then thank God. Yes. Let's calm down. We don't have 3 winners to go. 3. We are done.
You can be the lucky winner.
How many people are not lucky? And there's a limit actually. So once the first time you are on it, that's I want to be very sure. And I think I'm sure now. Are you ready? I'm dropping. I don't. Don't feel bad. Don't feel Who is done? Yeah, wait, just calm down. Yeah.
I think we are done with the game, right? I don't want us to waste time again. So I'll just give you my vote of thanks right now. Okay, thank you so much, everyone. I didn't know how to express my thanks because I know the number of people that were here, and it was just a few people that left. Where's Faith? Faith, the person that sat here, she was gone. She was here since 9 o'clock. 9. Then Joy and already gets the first gift. And they even helped us out. So I'm really grateful to everybody. Thank you so much for turning up. Thank you for your time. Thank you for everything. And I want to especially thank everyone that sponsored this song. Like, when mine good. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you. I don't know. It just made me to that any vision that God gives you is valid because telling people alone, it's not even just financial support. People to support the encouragement in between this song is pastor has faulty. Yes, how that is it going, how is everything going. I would especially thank my sister. What was there? They be wonderful. Listen to I want to especially thank my last one, because that girl, I don't know how she did all the designs. She did almost 50 designs for this summit, including the shirt, including the banner, including every design that you can see for this summit. She did it. Because when we reached out, I was told that we'd at least need 2,000 naira to do one design. And my idea was we're not doing one thing, we are making it go far. Once you inspire people by the continuous constant, I just think that 2,000 times. So she took it up upon herself. The affirmation card, she just did that yesterday. So I'm really grateful to you. I know that you're watching. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you. I'm really grateful to my family too as well. Men's support, even financially. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you for your time. Okay, so to the crowd, now let's give them their gifts. And so thank you. Please, I hope the form is going around. Thank you for playing the crowd game. The third position goes to Teddy. This UCH table. There's something that I'm doing. All of them are very UCH. Second position goes to Deborah. And third position goes to Favor. Wow. Yes, like you get down here, so the results of uploaded on my phone, updated on my phone. This is the result. Okay, one last thing I want everybody to do. So get your phones and look at your neighbor and take a selfie with your neighbor. So you remember this day. And we're going to have a big picture outside. Take a selfie with your neighbor. Let's do this. Let's stop Bolaji. Bolaji should bring my phone. I can just here. Yes. I must take selfie. Make sure you know your neighbor's name, so that next time, that day I took selfie. Are we taking our beautiful self? Okay, let's do one last one video. Growth, excellence, leadership. 1, 2, ready, go. Summer leadership summit. Growth, excellence, leadership. Thank you so much, everyone. I'm really, really grateful. You have a wonderful, wonderful day. Please just go to the balcony. We want to take a big picture.
Please, let's ensure we take our pictures. And also leave your feedback form on the table. We'll pick it up. Thank you very much. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, YouTube. Yes. And